Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Exactly what that gentleman said. Am I positioned? Yes, I think that's better. So exactly just what that gentleman just said. Since he was born and now he's getting old. So is that not the cycle of life? You're born and then you get old. Well, what did you expect? So, the moment you are born, you are on that journey to getting old, and that's just how life works. So good day to you. I need water. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope I'm coming across okay. My screen looks a bit skittish where I am. Hopefully it's not skittish where you are. Hopefully it's coming across just exactly as it should. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. We're now fully ensconced into a new year. There's no going back now. There's no going back to 2025. It's all done and dusted. We're now fully embraced within the warmth of a new year, and off we go again. So, pardon me. So off we go again. And by the way, this is going to be a seminal. Well, next year will be the seminal year, but the conversation. Pardon me. Please let me know in the comment section how the stream is coming across. Okay. It seems somewhat it's tilted. What's the word? It seems somewhat delayed where I am. Hopefully, it's not delayed how it's coming across to you guys. But yes, we're fully ensconced in a new year, as I said, and the cycle goes on again. It's all going to be politics throughout this year. There's not going to be any. Well, the ongoing projects will carry on, but the abundance of the whole of this year will all wrap around the narrative of politics. It'll be politics, politics, and even more politics. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner politics. So politics. Oh, I'm not quite sure. I seem to have something stuck. So politics. Shall we just get started? The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as I invite you to do so. To do so, click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please do that. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Copy the URL. So just you see there's a button that says share on the YouTube stream. So just at the bottom of where you're seeing me now, there's a button that says share. If you click on that button, it will pop up a menu list. And within that menu list, then you can just send it to just as many places as you can. Especially the people that watch this platform consistently, you should really be sharing it. There's no reason why you shouldn't. And it's somewhat of a disservice to the platform that you're not. So even if you're watching and watch back, still share it, because now we need to build muscle for the politics to come. So do that. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. And just as been exampled by Hassan there, super chat towards the stream. So like, share, subscribe, super chat towards the stream, share the links as widely as you can, come join me on the screen, all of those things. And more importantly, say hello in the comment section, just as you are coming in. Say hello. You know I have no friends, so be my friend for the moment that I'm here. Have pity on the old boy and be his friend for the moment that he is here. Agbadorian Omotinobu chooses to be my friend. He says, hello, one man. Good to see you, Agbado, right there. That's Abdul Mumin right there. He says, will anyone be surprised? Netanyahu and Trump are 5 and 6. Too global, and then it goes on to use other invectives. So there's that's Abdul Mumin right there, who has been with this platform pretty much all the way through. So good to see you, Abdul Mumin. That's Andrew right there, a name that we're not familiar with, but hopefully we get even more familiar. Saying hello with the elegance that only he can. That's Hassan right there under the name of Has Valiant, and on it goes. So say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So a whole raft of everything still happening within the political cycle, and all of that will be covered. Agbadorian, please tell me if my voice is coming across okay. This is somewhat skittish where I am here, but hopefully it's not skittish where you're listening, or Hassan. Let me know how the stream is coming across. Yes, so there's an abundance of so many things. The tax regime, the new tax regime actually kicked off today, now yesterday, because we're now on the 2nd of January where I am. So the new tax regime has now kicked off. So that's always brilliant. Good to see you, Samuel Adeleke. Happy New Year to you. The new tax regime has now kicked off. So the impact of it will be felt at the end of the month when deductions is now being taken from people's wages. So we see how that plays out. So that's kicked off. Of course, the last action of that last year was Peter Obi leaving the Labour Party to join the ADC. So now that then tells you that politics has now fully kicked off. But is that the language of surrender? That's where the question is. And by the way, if you're not subscribed, please make sure that you're subscribed. We need 10 new subscribers in the course of this stream to get us over a particular hump that we've been trying to get over for a couple of days now. So get us over a particular threshold by making sure you're subscribed. If you're watching in watch back, it still applies as well. Make sure you're subscribed to get us over a particular threshold. It's just a small little threshold, but we need to just skip over that with 10 new subscribers. So yes. Peter Obi joining the ADC, is that the language of surrender? That is the question. What is your answer? Peter Obi, he's left the Labour Party. It was even suspended for a long period of time. So it was never really even fully ensconced within that party for quite a few, since September 2024. He has been suspended from that party, but he has now thrown it all out and is left the Labour Party with his abundance, with the goodies he took in there, and is now taking those goodies to the ADC. But is that the language of surrender? That's the question. So Peter Obi joins the ADC, but what does that mean? And what does it mean? What is he going to meet there? So what do we know? We know that the ADC is an Atiku creation. How do we know this? We saw as Atiku went step by step to form that ADC. We saw the formation of the party, so we know that ADC is an Atiku creation. We saw when Atiku, when he went to Osun State to go and discuss with Aregbesola, that was earlier in 2020, earlier in 2025. We saw that. We saw when he went to the Middle Belt to go and discuss with David Mark. We saw constant meetings with El Rufai. We saw when he met with Rotimi Amechi. And after all of those meetings, then we saw the birthing then, although ADC had always existed as a party, but then we then saw the packing of then those political heavyweights within the ADC. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the whole orchestration of ADC is an Atiku Abubakar project. So now Peter Obi now leaves the Labour Party to join the ADC. What does that mean? So Atiku has not created ADC, the ADC as we know it now. He has not created it for the benefit of Peter Obi. That much we know. Atiku has not created the ADC as we know it now for the benefit of Nigeria. That much we know. Atiku has created the ADC as we know it now for the benefit of his political ambitions. That we know. So we know all these things. So Peter Obi now leaving the Labour Party to join the ADC, what does that mean? That can only mean the language of surrender. What that tells us is that Peter Obi has abdicated any presidential ambition that he has, and he has subordinated those presidential ambitions to Atiku Abubakar yet again. So just as we saw in 2019, it will be a case of my daddy said, as my daddy said, I agree with my daddy. So it's now going to be the little boy at Atiku Abubakar again, because of course, we know that Peter Obi doesn't primary. We know that. We know because they tried to primary him in the PDP and he ran away. He did not do a primary at the Labour Party. Pat Utomi had the ticket for the Labour Party. This is 2023 I'm talking about. Pat Utomi had the ticket for the Labour Party, and as soon as Peter Obi joined that party, Pat Utomi handed him the ticket, and that was it. So Peter Obi has never really primaried. That's one. We know that he doesn't, he runs away from being primaried. And the second thing that we know is that Peter Obi does not have the budget to primary because it's a very expensive business. And the other thing that we do know is that Atiku always wins the ticket in whichever party he's in. We know that as well. You know, so the other thing that we do know is that the abundance of the ADCs of the ADC are northerners. So we know that. So if you boil all of those things that we do know to its core essence, what does that give us? That gives us an Atiku Abubakar ticket. You have to be politically naive to the point of retardation to imagine that Atiku will not get the ADC ticket. There's no political permutator that permutates that Atiku does not get that ADC ticket. Atiku gets that ADC ticket, but then does Peter Obi even get the vice presidential slot? That's the question. You know, he may get it for reasons of Atiku wanting to pull the Southeast into his armory, but there's more of a chance that Rotimi Amechi will actually get that vice presidential slot. So the ticket for the ADC is Atiku. We know that for guarantee, and either Rotimi Amechi or possibly Peter Obi as the subordinate. And that is the end of Peter. Atiku will go on the promise that he will only serve one term, and then power will go to the southeast. But then, of course, you have to be you have to be beyond the you have to be beyond redemption stupid to imagine that Atiku will serve only one term and give power to Peter Obi. As soon as Atiku gets hold of that power, he's never letting it go. He will serve the full 8-year complement, and then he will make sure that that power retains within the North. So that's what will happen. So Obi is just being used as a tool, as an unwitting tool for a game that is bigger than him. And the moment Obi left the Labour Party, that was when his political career ended. But we will see how the permutations permutate out. So that's Peter Obi done and dusted. Shall we get it started? And by the way, don't let Hassan super chat feel too lonely. Even though it's just it's just the it's just the does this even buy a coffee? I doubt if this buys a coffee, but it's the thought that counts. Thank you, Hassan. So don't let Hassan's super chat be all by itself. Other people can join him as well. There's only really Hassan that's been super chatting over the last few days. Ayo, of course, as well, anytime he's around. But really, it cannot just be that only two people are sufficiently. Anyway, let's leave all that. But I do subscribe and make sure you're liking. So that's the thing. So that's Peter Obi done and dusted. I think Peter Obi's career has now ended. And the discussion, anyway, we'll see how it plays out. It opens up at least as something for us to discuss over the course of the year. So we get started, and of course, there are threats coming now from the Middle East towards Nigeria, not from any Arabian country, but from Israel itself. So we'll be going into that as well, and we're going through a whole raft of everything. But before we get into all of those, let's start on a lighter note. So we start on a lighter note, and we kick it off with this. We start on a lighter note, and we kick it off with this. Our financial experts reveal 17 humble jobs making Nigerians rich. You know, there are lots of jobs that people can actually do that will give you more than a decent living in Nigeria. There's so many jobs. It's only that people want to wear a suit and tie for whatever reasons that they feel that is necessary. People want to wear a suit and tie. If you are a plasterer or a POP expert, you will make endless riches. You will live a very comfortable life. Even the people that push wheelbarrows in the market, they are making a comfortable life. I was trying to condense actually how much these people take home. So they push these wheelbarrows, like you go into the market to buy whatever, and then they use the wheelbarrow to ferry whatever you bought from the stall to your car. And then you give them 200, 300. So if those people cycle 20 of those, those people can on average be taking out, they can be easily taking home 10,000 naira a day, those wheelbarrow pushers. So then do that over, let's even do working days. So if they are taking 10,000 a day, that's the better. They are taking close to 250,000 every month. That's for pushing a wheelbarrow. So there are all manners of jobs that can give you a fairly decent living in Nigeria. Financial experts reveal 17 humble jobs making Nigerians rich. And by the way, the platform is open for anybody that wants to come in. The economic landscape of 2026 demands a shift in perspective, which means moving away from lifestyle inflation and towards high-yielding, dirty businesses that elites often overlook. So let's just get into let's do that again. Actually, the economic landscape of 2026 demands a shift in perspective, which means moving away from lifestyle inflation and towards high-yield, dirty businesses that elites often overlook, according to Jennifer Ewerigwe, a chartered accountant / investment banker founder of Financial Jennifer. Although in Nigeria, corporate titles are often used to measure success, challenging Nigerians to look past the grease and grind to find true wealth. What are these jobs? She says, the richest people are not always the one with the fancy titles. She said, sometimes it is people with jobs we are told to look down on who are actually cashing out. From the bustling spare parts hub of Agu car to the high demand world of international charcoal export. Here is a list of 17 businesses which she shares, identifies as sacred gold mine for Nigerian entrepreneurs. So let's just go through the list. Spare part kings. So that one is easily, that's not even a dirty job. That's a respectable middle class job. Spare part kings. According to her, the grease-stained shirt of spare part dealers should not fool you. So nobody is fooled. Everybody. The Japa hair braider. For Nigerians abroad, hair braiding isn't just a skill, it's a premium currency. Because saloon prices in Europe and America are sky high, home-based braiders are cashing out. So you see that a lot in Nigeria. And there's another thing as well that I've noticed in the Nigerian community, especially here in the UK. No, I'm not saying that I would do it. If my circumstances, somebody is saying, why don't I stay back in Nigeria and push wheelbarrow? So I'm not saying that I would do it, but if my circumstances were such that that was my option, I wouldn't have any qualms about doing it. That's what I'm saying. It's a respectable job. It's better than stealing. So it's a respectable, and it gives you a decent income if you put in enough of a shift. So I'm not quite sure why you would say that, but so where was I? Yes, no, I was saying there's this culture that I've noticed in Nigerian parties here in the UK. I'm not quite sure if it's done everywhere else. There are certain women that they are come to these big party dues, and they do the gele, the heads, the gele for the party for the women, and they charge them on average 30, 40, 50 pounds, and they do about 10, 15, and there's a party going on pretty much from Friday to Sunday everywhere in the UK. So that's another way that you may consider to be a dirty job, but and it's tax free, it's cash in hand. Red gold, palm oil production. So that I'm not quite sure if palm oil production is a dirty job. Truck rentals and logistics. So these are jobs that you might not immediately think of is more the thing than dirty jobs. The high earning plumber. So a plumber is not a dirty job. If that's a middle income job right there. Innovation on wheels, mobile car washes. So yes, I'm seeing this culture now where people actually drive to wash other people's cars. Digital products, and while you sleep. As an investment banker, Jennifer advocates for scalable assets like ebooks and online courses. This has personally made me more money than my corporate job. I have videos and ebooks recorded years ago that are still hitting my bank account till today. So those are easily said, but what is the theme? What subject matter would you video or ebook that will be sufficient enough for people to part with money? Frozen food gold mine. So that's not a dirty job, certainly not. Thrift okrika. So yes, okrika is not a dirty job. The mortuary industry, that's certainly not a dirty job. Luxury wellness, massage therapy. If it comes with a happy ending, then it can be lucrative. The pomo trade, that's not a dirty job. Black coal, a black gold, charcoal export. So I'm not quite seeing how any of these are dirty jobs. Keke napep, that's not a. These are upper working class jobs, not dirty jobs. Female barber advantage and all that. So the pleasure industry. So yes, there's this thing that they call OnlyFans. I think that's a lot of young girls are making money of that. by flashing their bodies. Uh, all right. So those are jobs that you might not immediately think of. So I would rather describe them as jobs that you might not immediately think of than describe them as dirty jobs. I don't see them as dirty. There's none in that list that you will categorize as a dirty job. So that's that. Let's go on to the next one. What else are we looking at? Oh no, that's not the one I wanted to bring you. The governor of Plateau State has resigned from the PDP. You all know what that means. So he's running home to meet daddy. The governor of Plateau State, Governor Caleb Matfuang, has resigned as a member of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). This is contained in a letter dated the 30th of December 2025, addressed to the PDP ward chairman wherever he is in his local government. The letter, personally signed to the governor, thanked the PDP for providing him with a platform to participate in the democratic process. He also thanked leaders of the party at all levels for the support and solidarity. He said, so that's him then making the long and winding journey to the APC. So his image is on this now next headline, no, but it's nothing to do with him. I think it's lazy journalism by Linda Ikeji right there. Akpabio withdraws all defamation suit, including that of Senator Natasha after priest's sermon. So I think the landscape does not anymore allow for the silliness of Natasha and Akpabio, because we are in the serious end of things now with the Americans bombing us. So I don't think quite the window opens anymore for that level of rascality. Akpabio withdraws all defamation suit, including that of Senator Natasha after priest sermon. Senate President Senator Godswill Akpabio has directed his legal counsels to withdraw any defamation suit he filed against some persons in any court. He gave the directive after being moved by the New Year Mass he heard from a priest at the Sacred Heart Parish in Uyo, Akwa Ibom on Thursday, January the 1st. Speaking after the Mass, Akpabio told the congregants that he had filed nearly 9 lawsuits against individuals he accused of defaming him, but will withdraw them now, following the message he heard from the priest. I had almost 9 cases in court against some individuals who defamed me, who lied against me, who slandered my name, but I listened to the priest and suddenly realized he was talking to me. So I hereby direct my solicitor to withdraw all lawsuits against them, he said. In 2025, Akpabio filed several high-profile defamation lawsuits, including one against colleague Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who accused him of sexual harassment. He instituted a 200 billion naira defamation lawsuit against her after he denied the allegation and asked her to prove the claim in court. So that's Akpabio right there, just wanting to start the year off on somewhat of a clean slate. The year off on somewhat of a clean slate. What else have we got? We don't have an abundance, so let's see. Hopefully people come up and then we can have some conversation. Tinubu has given Igbo Dream Biafra. This is Dave Umahi, who is poking at the honest nest. Minister of Works Dave Umahi on Wednesday reiterated his assertion that President Tinubu has delivered to the Igbo people the Biafra they have long sought through full inclusion in national politics, describing 2026 as a year of restoration for the Southeast. He made the assertion in his New Year message on Wednesday, praising the administration's economic policies and predicting a massive turnaround across all sectors in the coming year. The minister urged the people of the Southeast to remain steadfast in supporting Tinubu's re-election, arguing that the president has provided a form of compensation for decades of neglect and marginalization. I need some water. Pardon me, I express optimism that the people of the Southeast region shall rewrite the wrong of 2023 general elections and shall speak loudly in unison in massive votes for President Tinubu, who has resolved the criminal marginalization of the region by successive administration. I don't think you can suggest that Goodluck Jonathan marginalized the Southeast. To all intents and purposes, the Goodluck Jonathan administration was a Southeastern administration. So that's that. Let's go on from that to the headline piece. Israel working on plans to support Christians in Nigeria. This is Netanyahu. It says, yes. Do you want to read this? We have it in audio actually, so let's see if we can just listen to it. Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel Prime Minister, says Israel is working on an agenda aimed at supporting embattled Christian communities in Nigeria. Netanyahu made the remark on Friday during a meeting with evangelical community leaders in Florida, where he described Israel as the only country capable of protecting Christians worldwide. He said, I see the battle against us and the battle against our Judeo-Christian tradition are basically being waged around the globe. It is waged primarily by two forces, radical Shiite Islam and radical Sunni Islam. So it's actually isolated there. But so it's not a condemnation of the entirety of Islam, but a condemnation of that radicalized element within it. So there's a distinction which a lot of Muslims have been at pains to try and distinguish to us, but there is that distinction. It says, I see the battle against us and the battle against our Judeo-Christian tradition basically being waged around the globe. And it's waged primarily by two forces, radical Shiite Islam and radical Sunni Islam. So the Shiites, of course, is the Iranian strain of Islam, and the Sunni Islam is the Saudi Arabian strain of Islam. So now a good 90% of globalized Muslims, they are of the Sunni stock. But even within that Shiite and because it's just the definition of I'm not quite sure what the distinction is. So I know vaguely, but I'm not going to go into that. But within those two strands of Islam, the Shiite Muslims and the Sunni Muslims, within those two strains, there's still subdivisions within them. Within the Sunni Islam, for instance, there are about 7 or more inflections. And the particular inflection that is somewhat radicalized is called Wahhabism. And there's a lot of Wahhabism in Nigeria, which is being propelled by Saudi money. The Wahhabism the Wahhabist strain of Sunni Islam is looking for a global caliphate. So that is to say the whole world comes under one religion. So, and that is their pursuit. So first they want to take over the whole of Black Africa and then use that Black Africa as a bullhorn to launch against the rest of the world. So that's just what's going on there. It says, so this is Netanyahu. I see the battle against us and the battle against our Judeo-Christian tradition basically being waged around the globe. And it is waged primarily by two forces, radical Shiite Islam and radical Sunni Islam. That means the axis that is led by Iran, much battered, admittedly, but still there, and the Sunni axis led by the Muslim Brotherhood, which permeates everything. They go to Europe, they go to the United States, they go to Africa, Nigeria, and we are conscious of the fact that Christians are being persecuted across the Middle East, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Nigeria, in Turkey, and beyond. We are also aware of the fact, as you are, that the one country that one country protects Christian communities, enables it to grow, defends it, and makes sure that it thrives. And that country is Israel. The Christians are persecuted quite severely in Israel. So I'm not quite sure on what the data don't support that as a statement. So I'm not quite sure why he would say that, but because the data certainly doesn't support that as a statement. Uh, we're also aware of the fact, as you are, that the country that protects the Christian community enables it to grow, defends it, and makes sure that it thrives. And that country is Israel. There is no other, none. We are joining an effort to have basically a United Nations, all countries that support Christian communities around the world, beleaguered communities who deserve our help. Just as you are helping us, we want to help back. We are capable of doing this in Africa, with intel, in the Middle East, with a lot of means. I won't itemize each one. That is what our agenda is. It is a main part of our agenda. So this is Netanyahu pivoting completely away from the genocide that he's carrying out in uh, in um in Gaza, and focusing then the attention of the world on Nigeria. That's essentially what he's doing, and he will come and drop bombs. There's no questions about that. Netanyahu's comments came days after he met with the United States President Donald Trump, who announced airstrikes in Nigeria on Christmas Day, fulfilling a military intervention threat aimed at stopping what he described as Christian persecution in the country. On the same day the strikes were carried out, Netanyahu said attacks on Christians in Nigeria must come to an end. Israel is the only country to have publicly backed the U.S. position that Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria. The two countries are long-standing close allies. So that's Netanyahu right there, who is now going to use Nigeria as a diversionary tactic for his excesses in Gaza. So that's just what that tells us. I think we actually have him in real time saying it. So let's see if we can get that. Where is the hold on? I had it all lined up. Where are you? Hold on one moment. I'm just going to let me say, I'll play to you here, and maybe I'll even download it as well. Actually, let me download it. It's probably better if I download it and play it to you. But yeah, so those are the talking points. There's nobody in the studio at the moment. If anybody wants to hop on, hop on. The link is there. Uh, it's meant to be a dialogue, not a monologue. So if the dialogue is taking place, then it takes place. If it's not, then we meet tomorrow. Just talking slowly so that I can download something to play to you. So you're saying then, oh, one man, after all these years, you're still amateurish. Why didn't you download it when the election started? Well, that's just the nature of how it is. That's just the nature of how it is. It won't be one man if he wasn't so amateurish and so unprepared. Did I show you images of Chioma actually sent in images of her driving on the Lagos Calabar super highway. So she made it a point to go and drive on that road, just because it's been so much of a topic of discussion. I'll download it and play it to you in a moment. Choma doing the Lord's work for the platform. Choma is actually one of our MVPs on this platform. She actually does a lot in terms of, you know, she sends him reports all the time. You know, remember when she went to Nigeria the year before, met Ekene, and she's actually formed a lot of relationship on this platform. Oh, she's now in Nigeria drinking champagne all over the place with Dupsy. Did I show you? For those of you who've not seen it, this is a Chioma and a Dupsy are setting Lagos alight.
We're in Nigeria. We're doing Pepper Them Gang.
Pepper Them.
30 December
For one man.
something.
I made this video for one man.
Lucy and Trauma, we are live.
Oh my God.
For one nation. We're going to do Pepper Them Gang.
Pepper Them Gang.
December 2025.
2025. 2025. Hi, woman.
Hi,
and everybody on the panel. How you guys doing?
We love you all.
Mwah.
One man. You will join us one day.
They could almost pass as twins, actually, Dupsy and Chioma right there. It's funny actually when women do their makeup, their faces just blend into one androgynous look, and that's what we saw right there. Once they've done all their cakes and whatnot, once they're all caked up, their face just seems to blend into one form. That is what we've seen with women. Did you know that Dupsy has nice legs? Watch this.
30 December, we must enjoy. Yes.
I see the battle against us and the battle against our Judeo-Christian tradition basically being waged around the globe. And it's waged primarily by two forces, radical Shiite Islam and radical Sunni Islam. That means the axis that is led by Iran, much battered, admittedly, but still there, and the Sunni axis led by the Muslim Brotherhood, which permeates everything. They go to Europe, they go to the United States, they go to Africa, Nigeria. And we are conscious of the fact that Christians are being persecuted across the Middle East, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Nigeria, in Turkey, and beyond. And we're also aware of the fact, as you are, that one country protects the Christian community, enables it to grow, defends it, and make sure that it thrives. And that country is Israel. There is no other. None. We are joining an effort to have basically a United Nations of countries that support Christian communities around the world, beleaguered communities who deserve our help. Just as you are helping us, we want to help back. And we're capable of doing that. In Africa with Intel, in the Middle East with a lot of means that I won't itemize each one. But this is what our agenda is. It's the main part of our agenda, and it's going to continue with greater force and greater might in this coming year. I want to use this opportunity to wish you all, well, it's kind of late for a Merry Christmas, but a belated Happy Christmas, and not a belated, and on time, a Happy New Year. May it be a year of prosperity, peace, and security for all of us, but especially for the Christian communities around the world. So thank you. Happy New Year to all of you, and thank you.
Well, that sounded ominous, didn't he? He made it a point to, of all of the things that he said, he only mentioned Nigeria as a country. So that's a statement of intent right there. So Trump opens that window then that Nigeria is now a testing ground for all manners of military weaponry. And Israel, of course, doesn't need inviting twice. So a lot of confettis still to drop on there. Well, I'm anticipating at least 2 or 3 more international interventions in the Nigerian matter over the course of this year, and I fully anticipate do you remember that under Goodluck Jonathan he tried to use the Mossad, but that failed because Buhari got rid of them just as soon as he became president, because that was the antithesis of what he wanted. He, as a Muslim, hated the Jews, and he, as a Fulani fundamentalist, he wanted his bandit cousins to sweep across the country. So he canceled that. But the Israelis have a lot of, even probably more so than the Americans, on the Nigerian situation. So that pinpointing that we saw with the Americans dropping that bomb on Sokoto, maybe when the Israelis come, fingers crossed, maybe they'll drop the next Sokoto bomb on the palace. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The Israelis are coming, run for the hills. The Israelis are coming, run for the hills. So the Israelis are coming, run for the hills. Let me give you this one as a headline as well. These are the off-spills, the offshoots of Peter Obi's defection. I will leave Peter Obi's corner if he accepts to be someone's VP. This is Patu Tomi. We've had that language from Aisha Yesufu before, but then she was the MC, of course, when Peter Obi decided to pack his bags and become Article subordinate in Article's own house. I will leave Peter Obi's corner if he accepts to be someone's VP. I was going to call him an affin, but I think that's probably rude, isn't it? I will leave Peter Obi's corner if he accepts to be someone's VP. This is Patu Tomi. Political economist Professor Patu Tomi has stated that if the former Anambra State governor decides to run as someone's vice presidential candidate, he will immediately stop supporting him. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today on Thursday, Professor Utomi assured that the 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party will contest for the presidency in 2027, following his formal defection to the African Democratic Congress ADC on Wednesday. His comments came in response to Minister of Aviation Festus Kiyamo's claim that Obi had already accepted to run as Atiku's vice presidential candidate under the ADC ticket in 2027, a claim Utomi strongly dismissed. I can tell you that Peter Obi will contest for the presidency. The day he becomes somebody's vice president, I will walk away from his corner. I can tell you that for fact, Professor Utomi said on the program. In the same interview, Utomi also made a case for limiting presidential and gubernatorial candidates to Nigerians aged 70 and below. He lamented that the Nigerian presidency has increasingly become a retirement home, criticizing both former President Buhari and Tinubu as government in absentia. So there is right there. We saw similar chest beating from what's she called, Aisha Yesufu, but then she bent to the dollar. You know how much that woman loves money. She bent to the dollar and yielded to the move. So that's that. I'll play the Kegite music. If anybody wants to hop on. We'll play the Kegite music and then we'll see what happens after that. It's been a moment since we last played the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. ẹlẹ́mu dòde òjàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Swimming in from the big sea into the small pond, according to him, it's Pansat. Joining us after a long moment away, walk no doubt, General Thomas, and the host with the most known. No, that's not even allowed. That's I thought I saw the dollar drop. And also we have Zion is M, who is going to explain what that means. We know him as a son, but he comes as Zion is M. So Zion is M. Let's kick it off with you, Zion. Wagwan Hassan. Kilon Shele, Baoni.
Danny, how did they talk with
you said
how are
exactly
you,
right.
my friend?
You said it exactly right, Danny.
Now, so we are starting our new year with the threat of our sovereignty being breached again.
Well, that's what it be. You know,
Well,
that guy has been looking for a way to pivot from being the pariah of the world, and is going to use Nigeria as just as a useful, fool.
One man, you remember when this thing started? I told you where it started from. The first person to actually talk about it on an American TV is this boring field comedian Bill Maher, and from Bill Maher, it started bouncing off to Laura Luma. Before you knew it, one Mumu. What did they call that girl where they look like the baby Nicki Minaj? Yeah. So the whole thing, the way it happened, it's not organic. Like something was behind it, and even like now this guy tell Trump say make you do amu because he actually gave an address that morning before Trump actually pressed the button. But so now Trump they press the button. Now it's just like owning a dog, eh? So this is the owner, and that Trump is the dog. So just the wonder people where they worship that Trump. But, yeah, anyway, life is just the way it is. If they go fit hit, if they don't get ulterior motives, we for welcome them. But the antecedents. They are antecedents. It's not
welcome them anyway, irrespective of what their motive is.
No. If you welcome them, then you may not have a country if you are not careful. And let me tell you, what happened in Syria is just like welcoming them and then letting Shekau become president.
You can imagine the irony. No,
because they feed on chaos.
Look, Hassan, the situation that we're in now is not sustainable. That these people will just go into communities and slaughter at will. There's no repercussions.
One man. I'm not for those people. Oh. You see, that's the problem.
I know you are not for them, and I knew you are not for them, Hassan. But what I am saying is, if we lack the capacity to tackle the situation, then at whatever price, if the price leads to
bombs dropping in offer. Offer,
No, not in
offer.
line.
One man waiting to offer. One man, you know they see pattern.
No, we don't want them. We don't want them bombing the south. We want them bombing the north.
But I'm telling you something that is factual that has already happened, and I'm telling you to look at the patterns, and you are choosing to just. It's okay to hope for the best, but don't be too naive as to the realities before your eyes, to the point that you are, because earlier today we were talking about when Peter Obi declared so I sat down to hear what he's got to say, and I was bored by it. I was not inspired in any way. So we were talking with some people, and they were like insisting that Obi is the only way forward, blah 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 blah. And I told them I just heard him, declare, and I didn't hear anything in any way that inspire me or anything that will make me to want to vote for him. They now told me that it's because I'm already biased against him, blah 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 blah. And I told them, okay, if that is what they say, fine. But he already, when he was talking, he said that a lot of people are dying, and that the Nigerians that are dying are in Jos and in Benue. So he acknowledged that one, but not any other one else. Okay, so that's a narrative that will not do anybody any good. For someone who wants to be president, yeah, it's politics, man. He may think that is his best strategy.
Do you think that language alienates the North?
Of course. Now, one man, are you? If you want to talk about these things, and you want to rule a country that is 50-50 the other way, you have to be smart about it. In fact, I would rather be tribal than be religious. You get what I mean? A lot of people don't understand what Tinubu did was quite tribal than religious. So this Muslim ticket was just taken out of proportion because people didn't understand that Tinubu was actually following a winning formula. This was a formula that was tested and trusted. It worked with Abiola and Kingibe. But they don't want to hear that. People have a way of interpreting reality to suit their narrative. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Well, I know say anyhow, if they drop fish for water, so if not to swim, don't they not take it, then the gene to swim, it don't take for our body, so no problem. But what I fear for Nigeria be say as this competition and the growing nervousness within the world powers is growing, and there is this uncertainty. A lot of agendas have been. I'm just afraid of what may happen that will touch the person we see him and the person we no see him.
What's your biggest fear? Describe your worst case scenario to us. What's your biggest fear?
My worst case scenario is they ban Nigeria from. Okay, they drop some bombs in Nigeria. Nigeria tries to fight back. The government tries to fight back as hard as they can. They now put a ban on Nigeria, and then an embargo to deny the government of getting access to arms and ammunition. Now, if the government can no longer just
more arms right now, they're giving Tinubu fighter helicopters. He just announced it.
Augusta, I they tell you say now the thing they start. You don't know as these people they behave. So I hope that it continues in a manner in which whatever it is that Israel will do or America will do, the government can do it. Don't you trust the government? Don't you trust Tinubu enough to carry out what is right?
No, forget Tinubu. Patently, the government cannot do it. Since the birth of the Fourth Republic, we have seen insecurity expand with every government. It kicked off under Obasanjo. It expanded under Yar'Adua. It went further under Goodluck Jonathan, carried on to expand. even with the cooperation, because Buhari was a bandit too. So it grew even more under Buhari, and it still continues to hold center stage now. So it's not, Nigeria has not shown any capacity to handle it, to tackle it.
Yeah, if Buhari is a bandit, then Tinubu is a bandit too now. They are all bandits together, because they are bandits now. Together they take chop. Maybe with Oshibajo they drink Milo and coffee.
All right, but as Nigeria showed any capacity to handle insecurity, is there anything that the government, either this one or previous ones, are doing or have done that inspires confidence that they know what they're doing, or they have any capacity?
Okay, this is the way I see it. They lack capacity, yes, and the warfare is asymmetric. And of course, Nigeria is just a country that is trying to survive. Our whole budget, like the money no deal, that you will see the people they talk about now. When the money come now, so that they spend them. That is why year in year out, the kind of budget, it's just deficits. Like, so the reality of the matter is that we have capable military men, that they need the arms and ammunition to go and finish these people off, but they are not given these arms and ammunition, and you are trying to call a foreign power to come and do it. I doubt if that foreign power, because of what we have seen them do before, will be able to do the right thing, especially since there are ulterior motives. If this is coming from a purely humanitarian ground, I will say, okay, fine. Let's see.
What do you anticipate those ulterior motives to be?
Concessions and destabilization of the region.
Why would you want to destabilize the region?
If Nigeria is destabilized to the point that there is a serious crisis, nobody will talk about the Palestinians, because our population is just so much that will take over the news cycles, and because the Z people already own, the mass media, so they will just keep repeating it, and then that will give them the leeway, the alibi, the wherewithal, the space to finish off what they have started, and they have interest to bring people in, other people into Somaliland. The
people into Somaliland,
the people there, they are genociding.
Oh, they want to relocate the Palestinians into Somalia.
Yeah, didn't you hear the devil himself? Was it day before yesterday or last week that he recognized Somaliland?
Yeah, I saw that in the news feeds. Yes.
All right. So that was the case. Now that was the reason why he did that, and all the people around that area are all in arms. So East Africa, they dump those people there. West Africa, they scatter us. So the thing is, for China to get an upper hand in Africa, they'd rather Africa, just be like DRC. You get what I mean? So if Africa is like DRC, then it's colonialism all over again. And I don't think that helps anybody.
This your theory is far fetched.
Now so black people, they always do.
Black people, are you not a black person yourself? I concede that the Israeli saber rattling is a diversionary tactic to move the conversation away from Gaza and focus it on Nigeria. And I also agree that they need Nigeria to be a hot button topic for a period of time as they perfect whatever it is that they're doing in Palestine. But I'm not sure that I will go to the extent of saying they want to destabilize Nigeria. I think they just need Nigeria to be in the news cycle. I wouldn't go to the far reaches of these things that this is a conspiracy theory gone mad. This thing you're
One man, we are talking of people who murdered children in millions, in hundreds of thousands, and you are saying that I'm saying a conspiracy. It's not as if there is no history, there is no antecedents. You are the conspiracy theorist, and you are the one who is not using experimental probability in trying to prognosticate what will happen in the future, and then you are trying to somehow make me look as if because you wish that a bomb will be dropped on the palace of the Sultan. Therefore, drop them for the palace of the Oba. I don't know which village you come from, because they don't touch Offa, so it's closer to you.
Who touched Offa? Who touched Offa? Was it not the insurgents?
Who told you? na misfire tomahawk when ordinance we know we drop for there now. Or whether intentionally then fire them, who knows? But I don't think we should wish to find out. I think the best thing for us is to get our acts together. You see one man. You see one man. You see here. I will put the blame on Tinubu. As much as things have become, so chaotic, I don't know why he didn't get the right people to handle, our foreign affairs in a manner in which at least we will maintain our sovereignty. At the least, that is the least that is expected of you. And if you cannot do that, at least your body language should inspire courage to your people. Don't be so defeatist to the point that you are not even able to address your people. You see, you like to call Buhari a devil and all that thing, but Buhari was a better, person who understands international affairs. His relationship with Trump was smoother, even though Naim be the bandit super villain, Naim be the last boss. He was smoother with the Americans.
Did Trump not call him a vegetable?
Somebody sent away the Mossad.
You don't know Buhari a vegetable.
Let me remind you who Buhari is, one man, if you don't know Buhari. It is Buhari that used Mossad to kidnap Umaru Diko in that UK of Una, the way they give her injection, they nearly carry and come. And I think Buhari used the same tactics, capture Nnamdi Kanu, where they for Sokoto right now. How they take out? So underestimate him, don't die. Allah is Kagani, but people will no fit tie in boots just to talk anyhow about something.
He left the country worse than he met it, though. That's the thing.
Tinubu that is deciding over our sovereign for the first time in our history, the breach of our sovereignty from a colonialist, imperialist.
How has your sovereignty been breached?
One man. Why are you asking me this? I will take it to be rhetorical. I won't answer.
It's not rhetorical.
You know it now. Now for village, that for cave you did. That place where they born for Tangaza, you just say if
the breach of your sovereignty, the Nigerian government acted in collaboration with the Americans in order to tackle a problem that was proving difficult for the country to handle by itself. So that collaborative work, is that a breach, or the Americans told us it was collaborative, the Nigerians told us it was collaborative? So what was breached? For it to be breached, they have to act outside of your knowledge.
Okay. Who announced it?
Yeah, you're picking up the language of the obedience, so you're hanging around.
No, it's not. No. See, obedience can. I don't care. I'm not talking about the obedience right now. I'm talking about Tinubu.
No, you're using their language now. Breach of sovereignty and all that. That's what you hear from those sort of people.
Well, it is what that is what that is now.
Yeah, but what's your understanding of a breach of sovereignty?
See, one man in my life, I don't do things half-heartedly, in the sense that I don't start something and then not finish it. You get what I mean? I don't. If I start something, I make sure I finish it. Now, to start something and then not finish it, and then give ammo for propaganda for the enemies of this country to mobilize over it, I don't think it's a good thing for us. Us that we are thinking that we want to fence our border, now they are trying to instigate stuff that may not necessarily solve the problem, because if you don't put boots on ground, there is nowhere where terrorists have been defeated by airstrikes alone. It has never happened.
But we already have boots on ground.
But you don't. You didn't say they are useless now. So you say they are useless.
No. I said they can't. They have to work in concert, and this is what they have to do. Because
whether okay, I think it's because it is Tinubu. If it were somebody else that was president, if it were somebody else that was president,
because of the insecurity now, which administration has shown the potential to tackle it since it started? Was Obasanjo able to tackle it? Was Jonathan able to tackle it?
There is a degree to everything now. You cannot just say, okay, warm water is not boiling water now.
Did you know that under the Buhari administration, every single week, a minimum of 70 people were being buried in the Middle Belt? A minimum. Every single week. Every day was a slaughter. Every single day. They had made incursions into Yoruba land. Under Buhari, they sacked communities in Yoruba land that had to escape to a neighboring country. Under Buhari. So with administration, the fact that he's able to do one or two things in Borno, I'm happy for you. But the rest of the country suffered heavy insecurity under Buhari. Heavy.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate the things that happened and the people that died. But I still think that Buhari did not mean to kill Nigerians, and at the core of Buhari, he's a patriot.
Language suggested otherwise now. Do you know when they
if your mind is made against a person?
I'm going by what is known rather than any bias or prejudice. Under Buhari, when people were being slaughtered in the Middle Belt, the Buhari will say they should learn to get on with their neighbors. That's what he was saying. Do you not remember? It was earlier as
it was not that I think it's his problem. It's the Ruga thing that I was not okay with. But get along with your neighbor. I think is a good message that the president can say.
In response to
but the Ruga thing was a mistake.
To slaughter, that's not the language. Now the language should have been: we will go unrelentingly against the people that carried out this atrocity. That's the language of a presidency, not to tell people they were slaughtered in their scores, to learn to get on with their slaughterers. That was what Buhari was saying now. Buhari was a...
you take it out of context. Buhari will never say something like that.
Do you want me to bring you clips? Do you want me to bring you headlines?
No.
Live through it now. We all live through it.
Let me tell you this. Make of it what you want. Get along with your neighbors means that the source of the violence is communal or clashes between people who are traditionally living close to each other, something like that. And just because the president said that, what if he is still meaning that with the Fulani people?
Okay. What signal does that send to the people that carried out the slaughter? If they go out and sack a whole community, it kills scores of people. And
who told you that the people who are shouting slaughter are not even slaughterers themselves?
All right.
Because you choose to see one side. Why do you think
All right.
Tinubu? Why do you think Tinubu doesn't take your position? Because he has
Because
the
what?
intelligence. I told you, because the South owns and controls mass media, they have fed a narrative that is not true. And so you guys are so happy that you want them to come and bomb us out of existence. Oh yeah,
No, we
now
don't want
when
that.
it
I
rains,
think
it falls. So make it happen now.
we don't want them to bump you out of existence. We just
No,
want you to stop the banditry. Not
to
you
bomb
personally, but your
to bomb
community to stop the
to
banditry.
bomb us as in Nigeria.
Yeah, yes. Why should Nigeria not be bombed?
And because you are not in it, right?
No, but when the place is a hotbed of insecurity, why should they not be bombed? Should they be
Have
throwing
we not
flowers
been
instead?
have we not been bombed enough?
By whom? We're clearly not being bombed enough now if the situation is still as it is.
Well, last week we were bombed here,
They
and
should be bombing them daily, relentlessly.
see,
The whole of
I
that
think
Sambisa forest should be raised to the ground.
now
The
you are
whole of
talking.
Sambisa forest should be raised to the ground.
Now you are
You
talking. But
disagree?
as
You
long as
disagree?
they do not come here,
You
I will.
disagree that the whole of Sambisa forest should be raised to the ground?
Of course, they should finish that area. Nothing should be left standing, because this is somewhere that for years now it has only there's no way I can express the trauma to you, but if they were serious, if it was coming from a true place, like this is where it is happening. Why do you think there is a bulge in increase in insecurity in other parts of Nigeria when the concentration of the Nigerian forces is around the northeast? They are overstretched. So
You are
and they have
conflating insecurity with the criminality. There's criminality in there are only two spaces that there are insecurity in Nigeria: the southeast and the north, especially the northeast or wherever. There's concentrations of pockets, but run it up, Hassan, and then we'll move it around a bit.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Okay,
then
so
we'll finish up.
I think I've got nothing else to say. Just that I don't want anything to do with Netanyahu and Trump. If they are the ones that are going to intervene, God forbid. I'd rather we solve our own problems ourselves any way we can, because I don't trust them, and that is my own opinion. Anybody can have. But on the OB issue and ADC, I don't know whether it's political suicide, as you said, or political naivety, or whatever. But
or pragmatism.
one man, they say, as if
Obi knows that
have you
he's never
seen a
going to
one
be president on his own. So
white
that's the best
rhino?
something out of it. Yes.
Have you seen a white rhino before? Like how it is built, very bulky, has a horn, a tusk, something like that, very like a tusk. So when it comes and it hits, a car, it can turn the car over like a normal SUV. but you see this rhino, when it meets an elephant, they tell them before Ingo begin the, back in Kaya they go. There's a reason why people like Atiku have this staying power in politics for a very long period of time. Yeah. And don't forget, maybe there is an agreement between them, but I find it difficult that Atiku will step down for Obi. Seems very, very impossible. But man, maybe he has the to the
let me give you a heads up, Hassan, so that you can note this for when it plays out. They will do the shams of whatever it is. They do a whole dance around to land on a ticket of Atiku and Peter Obi. But then Peter Obi will sell him subordinating to Atiku with the promise that Atiku will publicly state that he will only serve one term and then support Obi to win the elections in 2031. So that's going to be the deal. So look forward to that in the coming months.
But the problem that Atiku will have,
the script that is being played out. Obi will
the problem
subordinate
that
to
Atiku
Atiku,
will
run
have.
as a vice. Oh, hold on. Obi will subordinate to Atiku, run as a vice. Atiku will make the promise that he will only serve one term. As soon as Atiku gets the presidency, it will just mess Obi up. Anyway, Obi is in a game that is bigger than his IQ.
If you listen to them, they say they are ready, that they have a war chest, say they go toe to toe with Atiku for primaries, say they go win.
They win the primaries in ADC. The ADC that Atiku put together, they win the primaries. These people say a lot of stuff now. Are they not the ones that told you they won the 2023 elections? These people live in a parallel universe now.
Two of you agree. Two of you agree.
They live in the world of make-believe. Yeah.
One man.
All right.
Both of you agree on Obi, right?
Hold on. He's going to yield the mic to you now. But before you yield the mic to Pansat, we do 5 minutes monologue. We've got two Niger, we've got Izon, we've got our General Thomas, and we've got Patrick as well. So we move the mic around so everybody speaks and we open it up. But before we come to you, Hassan, Pansat came in the other day to throw down the gauntlet to you. He's inviting you to a debate. Are you willing to take it on?
Really? Yeah, I'm willing, but there has to be ground rules, and you cannot be the moderator because you are too compromised.
I cannot be the moderator.
Yes, you can't.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, because you like Netanyahu. You like
What about two Niger?
You have that bench.
What about two Niger?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Tunanja is not. It's not bad. I think Tunanja is. Tunanja is better.
All right, we'll set a date then. All right.
Yeah.
No,
he set a date. Then we'll have it there, and we'll have ground rules.
Yeah, we have to agree on the topic. We have to agree clearly on the ground
time.
rules.
To talk and then leave another person, the person to give counter argument. Yeah, Pansat, I thank you for taking that challenge. Thank you very much. I hope that at the end of it, each of us would get a better understanding of the other person's point of view. Even if we don't agree, we can still agree to disagree, but not in a vile manner.
Exactly. You know that Pansat plays by rough house rules. It would turn the debate into a street fight. That's what we.
That's why I said we need ground rules. But I believe he said it in good faith. Since he has agreed that he wants it's done in good faith. Let's assume the best of people until they prove us otherwise.
Yeah. It's good.
All right. Would it be really?
Okay. So the last thing just about Atiku. Then I use the mic.
Yes. Would it be? What should we pick a topic before?
No. There is no need for the topic. Let's just get some 45 minutes to an hour. I think it's enough for a person to make his point and the other person to counter. I think it's enough. There's no reason to.
It's good.
Yeah.
Oxford style. Equal time. I accept.
Yeah.
Let me take it over from here because you haven't. Can you guys hear me clearly? I believe that
we can hear you clearly, Pansat. I just wanted to say something and then I go to the background. Then you can just continue.
Okay, go ahead.
On Atiku. One man, the problem with Atiku, the problem that Atiku will have, even if he has Obi, is the power brokers who have already are already planning for 2031 for the Northern Presidency. That is everywhere the power brokers are mortgaging and are planning for. I doubt if he will get, people will not go follow him. Well, Every man to
I agree
himself.
with you
Like,
on that. I agree with you on
so,
that. There
so
is no
like
need for the
it's a
younger, for the
mission that.
yes.
mm, so
There's
and
no
even
need.
Atiku, he won't spend money like because he knows like this is not like
Winnable.
2020. Yeah. So everybody will not spend money like that. So but if our man from that be our number, if he bring out your money, then shop and finish. I swear, I ain't doing stuff. But all right, all the best, everyone. Bye bye.
Oh, all right, really. Yeah, stay for as long as you can. Interject intermittently, unless you have to go to bed. Floor is yours up and start. The topic, your contribution. Obi subordinating himself essentially to Atiku, Netanyahu wanting to join the party on bombing Nigeria, etc., etc. Pansat.
Thank you very much, and happy New Year to everybody. To Niger, see you there. You know what, man? You should have said Pansat has prescience ever since he's been on this platform. He's been telling us what's going to happen, and it's just playing out. To Niger will bear me witness that I have predicted them. Some of them are bad, but at least the mockery that I had to go through, the ridicule, the derision, or even I'm the kind of those who say, hey, look, we're Jews and Israel is going to come do this. If you do this, you'll be scorning us and joking and jibing and chaffing at us when we said it. Well, it's playing out now. And Hassan just said that that's one thing he doesn't want. He doesn't want Israel to come in. Let's just resolve this among ourselves. Yes, nobody wants it, but you don't want to listen. Your people don't want to listen. So you don't get to decide what's going to happen. You don't get what you like. So the contentious topics we have now should be coming down. If you guys are fair, all the things that you consider controversial, disputable, debatable, some claims that we make from outside, Biafrans is who I mean by this time. Right now, they're playing out. But we're not going to be waiting around to play the games with you because we told you, let's get the country in order. Let's be fair. Else, we want Biafra. Biafra will come. You say, oh, no. So we're moving on now. We're no longer watching the small guys, the commentators and the bloggers and all, the people. We're now watching the elite. That's what our focus now have moved over. You have to watch the elites now. You guys didn't play the cards right. So what your opinion is right now doesn't matter. What we're watching are the elites, Akpabio, Saad Abubakar, Tinubu, Wike, all the cabal, these criminals that took over our country in 2023, right? Notice something about all of them. They've gone quiet. They are calculating because it's power that we're talking about here, right? So they don't have that allegiance anymore to Tinubu. Tinubu himself is recalculating because they know what's coming. The little guys, the people, we don't know, but they know. These elites.
You just said you know now.
But what did you say?
I didn't mean to interject. I said you just said you know now. So
no. I'm being modest. I'm putting myself with the people, right?
All right.
I'm not with the people, but I don't have to say it. Now here's what I'm saying. You gotta watch the elites. They know it's over. Party is over. Tinubu is out. So
no,
now,
you wish. You wish.
No,
now I will just be quiet and leave you.
You have to meet.
Bye.
You have to mute him. You don't have to leave, but you need to be quiet, okay? So now you have to watch him. Now, what I'm talking about is something you could do by observation. You could say, okay, no, Tinubu is talking and Saad Abubakar is all over the TV talking, right? You can say that, but when you watch these elite, now there are some of them that are cowards that will not, that cannot hold the information they're getting. They're getting data, they're getting information. One person who watches Akpabio, about a month or 2 months ago, he was scared to death. At that time, there's not been any bombing, but Trump has made some moves internally and here in the United States. So he came on the Senate floor, he's a Senate president, and he says, look, oh, or we don't want to piss off Trump. Oh, I didn't say this so that Trump will get mad at us, so something like that. So you watch him, he's withdrawing cases that he's filing, harassing people, using the courts to intimidate people, the Senate president, or all three of our branches of government corrupted. So he wants out. If you watch him and watch his actions and watch his language, he knows that Tinubu is out. Wike knows that Tinubu is out, right? Saad Abubakar knows that Tinubu is out. All of them know he's out. Tinubu himself, he may not even come back from where he went right now. I came here maybe 30 days ago and I was telling one man that in March, Tinubu is not going to be president. He's going to be out. I don't know if he saw it. I don't know if he glances at the comment section, because that's why I put some of my stuff. But I also spoke about this a couple of years ago. What's happening right now, the mockery is over. The derision. So now, I'm a modest guy, and so are some of our people. We use substitute language, what they call euphemisms, softening stuff, understating it, underplaying it, politeness, right? When we say Christian persecution, right? When we say that, what's his name there? Netanyahu is coming for Christians to help them. What are we talking about? Christian is euphemism for Biafra. Now, if you look at Somalia, where Israel has recognized Somaliland, that's called a precedent set. We have to face the facts and face reality. We have to use our head here. We have to. People such as myself, I'm not a tribalist. I don't hate the Yorubas. I don't hate the Hausas. I don't hate the Middle Belt and the minorities like Tunisia here and others. Because my aperture is actually like that of Nnamdi Azikiwe and his group in those days, is to have integration and have Africa do very well. Blacks. It's not tribal issues and all this clannishness. For a guy like me, but the last 2 years, that's all we've been doing. The people who are pitting these Yorubas and Igbos together, they're on the ropes right now. There are countless stories of Igbos who are doing well in industry, in all verticals, because of Yorubas. And similarly, stories of Yorubas doing well because of Igbos when you come to business and industry. There are marriages. There are all kinds of things between the Igbos and the Yorubas. So what is the problem? That educated people cannot come together and talk about and resolve. There's nothing wrong with competition, tribal competition. That is good. But the virulent hatred and trying to cut each other down to pick our leaders based on our tribes, that is something that I don't see. You cannot wrap your hands around it.
Who's accused of that?
Who's accused of what?
What you just
Who's
said,
accused?
Picking your leaders based on tribe. Who stands accused of that?
The Yorubas.
The
Yorubas
and the Igbos. How do the Igbos pick their leaders?
Well, what we can do it right now, is you pull the data of voting style for Igbos, right? Since 1999, the Fourth Republic, right? You're gonna see a pattern of the Igbos choose between, usually aside from the last election, a binary choice where you have somebody who is better than somebody, right? Competitive, adjective wise. Now, in the last one, you have the comparative, then you have the superlative, which is Peter Obi. If there's no human being anywhere on this planet that doesn't know that Peter Obi is in a different category He doesn't compare to
All right,
Tinubu.
enough of that. Get out of here. Yeah, I've had enough of you. No, I've had enough. All right, tonight, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Oh man, why did you kick him out?
No, because the guy's an idiot. I cannot stand him. That's just what it is.
You can understand that. Okay. Yeah, Pastor can be a handful sometimes, but it's okay. Greetings all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. Obviously, Netanyahu is looking for places to devour, given everything that is going on. I don't think he's necessarily a champion for Christians. I don't think he is, because he's not exactly championing them in Israel there. And part of the deal he wants to make now is with the Arab countries, whom are also dealing severe blows to the continent. So he's going to be signing the Abrahamic Accord while he's at the same time fighting them. That doesn't add up. He's also looking to, it's already recognized Somaliland. I think what we are facing here is a fragmentation of the continent. We are being split up, and basically being set up like the way they set us up with the Berlin Conference. That's what's going on. Because some of the language I'm seeing, when you do your research and try to find out why African countries are the way they are, like me, I'm interested in why we didn't build our security. It's very clear that one of the reasons they gave was because they are afraid that African countries, if they did that, we are not going to be easy to control. And at the same time, they talk about this policy. I didn't know Soviet Union was part of it. I need to investigate that more. This policy of, what is the term that was used? Minimalist military assistance. I think, what was that term? I didn't even know that was even a word that they used. Man, some of the things that they use to describe the stuff that they do to us, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And it just shows you that that's the direction we need to go. Because they said the British and the French and all the people that colonized Africa, they deliberately kept Africa weak. They didn't give us the kind of military that they gave other parts of the world. I didn't even check that while they were colonizing India, what was the size of their military and all those compared to Nigeria. I didn't even bother to check that. So they said that was one of the cases, or the countries that became free from the colonizers quickly went on to build. But we never did, and we are still here till today. It's a very, very, we are living in a very security minimalism. That is a term that was used. Security minimalism.
Woman,
never had that term before.
Yeah.
Since it's just four of us, can we kind of have a dialogue format?
It can be conversational. If Tunaja doesn't object, and I think it will.
Oh no, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, good. So Tunaja, the one thing I wanted to interject on is your comment about the Europeans not giving us the same type of weapons they gave other people. I think that's not an adequate way of looking at the situation. I think the onus was on us to identify a strategy for how we want to develop our own weapons infrastructure, not for the Europeans to give us anything. I think if we had people that had gone to these institutions that we sent abroad to go and learn, develop themselves, upon returning, right, that would have been on us. And it's not too late. Christopher Musa was talking about it the other day, that we need to create our own weapons. And that is something that we seriously need to think about, especially considering the fact that when we buy weapons or bombers from the United States, they put conditions on how we can use those tools, whether, permission on where we're bombing, they can control whether or not we launch or not launch, those things. So, I just wanted to comment on that, because we can't continue to expect these people to have our best interests.
I think I was kind of trying to explain some of the new details, because for me that's relatively new detail in terms of comparing the way they colonize other people from the way they did to us. In terms of, I didn't know that there was disparity in the way they were arming the people. Yeah, I didn't know that. So, this term, security minimalism.
Do you think they will allow you to build military capacity organically? Do you think they will allow it?
I would
This was
think
why they destroyed. Which country did they destroy? Whichever country they said was building nuclear weapons.
well, they've not. I guess if you the countries that were building that
Iran.
just
It was Iran that they sanctioned to death because they feel they have the capacity to create nuclear warheads. But the thing is, one man is one thing creating nuclear warheads or intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? But it's another thing, even small arms. I mean, the Biafrans are making small arms, but even small arms, we have to go and buy AK-47s from someone else, or Nigeria should at least, every country, even countries like Sweden, for God's sakes, have their own version of arms, semi-automatic, automatic weapons that they create. So if you look at it from that standpoint, we have smart, ingenious people in Nigeria that can create drones, right? We shouldn't be buying these things. And we shouldn't ask for permission either. We should do it. And if someone doesn't like it, they can come and tell us that they don't like it, that we're trying to defend ourselves.
I think that part. I think I've already reached the. I talk about these things all the time, so it's something that is quite obvious that we need to do. And in terms of manufacturing our own technology, but I think I've had so many times when they talk about these things, like when Nigeria went with other African countries to the Russian African summit, and they agreed that they were going to build their own nuclear power plants and all the rest. Only for one guy to just show up and say, "No, we're not going to do it anymore. Bye bye. We're not." Egypt is already building its own. Nigeria went there with Egypt. Egypt is already on its way building its own, but Nigeria is not doing its own. So this is the thing our people do all the time. They will say they want to do something, they're just doing the same thing, repeating the same stupid game they're playing. And this is what really bothers me about our leaders, because they never really had that escape velocity where they decide that, they're going to take their destiny into their own hand. Because they think they're going to do this thing. They just think that they're going to do this thing. They're going to play Oyibo, and somehow they're going to fall down and die, or they're just going to allow us to develop without facing sanction or facing opposition. No, it's not going to happen. They are not stupid. They're going to watch you and they're going to make sure you fail until you are ready to stand up and say, I know you're not going to like this, but I'm going to do it. I'm not going to antagonize you, but I'm going to do it nonetheless. And you're going to be resolute about it and be ready for whatever comes. Because whatever you're going to be ready for is already done anyway. Because, like, if you are trying to avoid a fight, the fight has already been set up by them. That if you want to develop this thing, you're going to face that fight nonetheless. So what is the pretense for? I don't understand, except we are waiting. Maybe if their enemies rise up to challenge them and we have some kind of escape chance, and we escape. And if we are going to escape, it is now when the Chinese are rising. Because when they settle their differences, we are the ones that are going to dine on. So my take is that when I did some of this research, it's just astounding, the structures and the things that are in place to ensure we don't do these things. Because these leaders now, look at some of them now, they are willing to do anything to win 2027. Can you imagine that? Because they are willing to do anything to win 2027, it doesn't take a lot to persuade them not to do the right thing by their people. It really doesn't. Do you think any of these are people that you see in the leadership are willing to take a bullet for us because of us? They will stop their children from going overseas. They're going to stop everything from they're going to gain from being in power. They're not going to do that for us. That's the problem. Until we are ready to get to that point. I think there's one of the analysis even said that because Africans don't face a direct enemy. That's part of the problem. That's part of the problem. Because we don't face a direct enemy that is threatening us like the way Trump is doing right now. Trump is threatening us in such a way that makes him seem like he's coming to help. But when he turns and start looking like he's actually doing something that is harming us, and our people realize that maybe, just maybe, we'll wake up to our true problem, the problem that we face. It's a very, very insidious problem because it's something that it's as a result of history, as a result of policy, but it's not overt. It's only our leaders, the only people that sit on that chair that will find out these truths, and financial institutions that they make sure when they are giving us money, they discourage you from using it on the national security stuff, which is very, very strange because Nigeria is losing almost $50 billion in GDP every year. That's if you combine everything we are losing. and yet they can't seem to invest in security, which is a sound financial investment. Because the money you spend on national security to solve that problem is far less than $50 billion. So you see the whole game that is being played, and our leaders are the one of the worst. Was it not a typical government official that came into office and said, "No, we are not going to do nuclear weapons. We don't need it. We are a nuclear power plant. We don't need it." These are our own people doing it, not foreigners. They come in and they compromise us constantly. This is our problem, and until our people wake up to that truth, until we realize that okay, we can't escape this. No matter what we do, we are still going to face this naysayers that will not want us to progress. Until we are ready to face that problem, we are not going to develop. I'm afraid. I don't see how all this development we are doing now is going to last. Whenever they like, they can come and unwind anything that we've done now. The few refineries we put in place, the few roads, train lines, and everything.
But let me ask you a question. So you mentioned nuclear power plants.
Sorry, so ask that question, but let me build. You guys carry on the conversation. Thomas has still not spoken. Zita is with us. Thomas has not shown up in a while, but carry on the cover is gentle and easy, and we like it that way. Super Tatas, Hassan, and Ayo, who are the only two Super Tatas. Thank you to those. I'll see you guys tomorrow to Niger, whoever bring it home. Carry on, is on.
Yeah. So 1 month later. So just asking the question, about nuclear power plant. We are a country that has buried billions of dollars into non-functioning refineries. We haven't been able to maximize the efficiency of a hydroelectric dam. And here we are thinking that we can effectively manage a nuclear power plant. Do you think that's even feasible?
I think if you don't aspire, if you don't have people that aspire for something, they will never achieve anything. You have to.
But it's like saying someone who can barely have balance running with 2 feet. You want to tell them how to jump over cones with 1 foot, right? The foundations of what we need to master haven't been put in place yet, right? A hydroelectric dam, the management of it is so basic at this point in the technological advancement of this planet that's not something we should have issues with. Or a steel plant, the Ajaokuta, for instance, or a refinery. It takes Africa's richest man to create one to save us, right? So, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have one. I'm just saying when you look at the full landscape, is this something that we can even manage? Because we all know what happened with Fukushima.
I understand your question. Fukushima, that was a tragic event. I think it was due to a tsunami
and the Japanese are pretty efficient.
Yeah, but they are not gods.
So
just as capable as they are. Let me just answer that question. See, yes, we have been unable to manage even a simple train station even properly. However, you see, the problem is it's a very, very subtle thing, isn't it? Because you have to sooner or later embrace high technology, because somehow it prevents or it increases your capacity to manage the lower levels. I don't know how to reason it. It's almost as if it forces people to recognize your capacity in terms of there are certain things you are grappling with now. It's like somebody that is grappling with calculus, but by the time he's grappling with calculus, you don't want to start asking him about arithmetics. You see what I mean? Because we know we can manage those things. There's something preventing us from being able to manage them. So it's almost as if, I don't know what analogy to use to truly express this. Because, okay, I can just give you an example of history. The Chinese, when they went to build their nuclear this thing, basically they were going for their nuclear weapon. They were not even they were not sugarcoating it and going for a nuclear power plant. They didn't have nuclear power plant. They were an agrarian society. The reason why they went for that, because they knew if they go for that one first, the rest would be easier to do. Because later on, they built one of the largest dams in the world to the point whereby it affected the rotation of the earth. Because they have done the critical one first. Because when you have an existential crisis, when you don't know, you can't definitively decide your fate. Everything else is up for grabs. We can't even sweep our streets. Are you telling me we can't sweep streets? We can sweep streets, but our roads are dirty. Our houses are uncared for. You can't manage we can't seem to manage anything properly for a long period of time. We put street light, it falls apart. Everything we do. Look, till today we still have roads. 2026, we still have roads in Nigeria that will swallow trailer. How is that even possible? So it tells you that something else is at work. It's not because we are incapable of managing it, but by taking care of that higher level problem, this lower level problem will start going away. My thinking is that if you start going for, let's say, nuclear technology, you will still have small. India is a good example. India was a nuclear power, and yet they still have slums everywhere. You will still have all these problems, but you'll be the amount of problems you'll be having will be reducing as time goes by, because the sophistication of that nation will start increasing, and your ability to manage all those other problems will become more capable of doing those things. At least that's the closest I can be able to touch it, but I will find better analogies to be able to explain it. It's like you have to go for the more advanced one to be able to do the lower things that are less advanced. Because if you try to do it incrementally, they will never let you. Because remember, we are a strategic nation. That's another thing people forget. Nigeria is a strategic nation, very, very important nation.
Yeah, but all that is just it's strategic to the benefit of imperialists. But the thing is, you know, let me. I'm a sports guy, right? And I have some experience in fitness. So let me give you an analogy that may resonate. Someone who has, you're familiar with the exercise called squats, right? Someone who has bad mechanics and technique in doing the squats, yeah, the person's heel comes off the ground, the person's back leans forward, right? Take that person, and the person is struggling with 185 pounds. You take that person and you put 300 pounds on, and you want them to now do squats. Do you know what will happen? The person's back will give out, or he might rupture a tendon in his knees. The point I'm making is, from the Nigerian perspective, the fundamentals, basic blocking and tackling, or in football terms, basic passing and shooting, we haven't done right. The focus should be, let us at least, it doesn't have to be 100%, it can be 75, but let the fundamentals be at that 65 to 75 percentile range. When we get there, then we can start looking at something like a nuclear plant. But right now, if we're being honest with ourselves, when you look at the most basic things that we're supposed to be doing properly, those things are not done.
See,
right? And that is my. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm not saying we shouldn't try to have our own arsenal to defend ourselves. I think we should, but I think that arsenal needs to be capped off at a certain level. I don't think we're ready for something like a nuclear power plant.
I think, like I said, China was agrarian, and you're telling us that we're not ready. You see, it's almost as if I'm the only one in that country that seems to understand it. But it's all right.
You can't really compare us with the Chinese. Let's be honest.
Of course, because they are
where they were and where we are two entirely different things.
Let me go with your analogy, your squats analogy. You said if somebody is creaking when carrying a certain amount of load, instead of, because they are already struggling with that amount of load, why put more on top of it? So the real situation we are facing that I will try to use to shed light on my reasoning is that load that person is creaking under is not only carrying the Nigerian load that you see, it's carrying the pressure of the foreigners and the load and the baggage of history and everything pushing down. What you want to do is remove that hand. Because if those foreigners know, okay, this guy now is now tapping at this level, we have to be careful here. It could drive them crazy. They have a nuclear power plant and they could just go nuclear with it. At least they are not zero now. They are somewhere. They are moving in the right direction. You see what I mean? So that your analogy is, in a way, I'm saying remove the load. Because if you think you are going to remove that load that is on you right now, you will fail. You keep failing to remove it.
Well, to Nigeria, there's something fundamental you're missing in the analogy. The person's technique was bad. Right? Remember I mentioned heels are off the ground, back is leaning forward. This has nothing to do with external factors, right? The fundamentals were bad.
Yeah,
The
but in the case
techniques
of
were bad.
Nigeria, something else is going on. When you say
No, but in the
technique,
case of Nigeria, our education level is at a very subpar level. Our schools are decrepit. People don't send themselves to public schools anymore, right? So our fundamentals are terrible. You have to fix those fundamentals so you can create the
you
kind
say
of
we are
stuff.
not educated enough. One of the countries with one of the largest constitutional professors
The people that get educated well either go abroad or go to private schools. For the
That's all
masses,
you need.
no, but for the masses, listen. I went to a federal government college. I know what I'm talking about. My school, I went there 3 years ago and I almost cried. Right? I'm telling you, the difference in what was and what is a huge gap. So if we want to aspire to get to the level that we're talking about, those fundamental foundational things have to be fixed.
But I just told you that other countries don't have any of those fundamentals when they built it.
Like which one?
India didn't have it. Neither did China have it.
India has the Center for IT. China has educated
Hold on.
millions, hundreds of millions.
IT in the 2000s. India became nuclear in the 90s or 80s.
You cannot compare
70s even.
the level of education that was being put. Do you know how many Indian teachers I had growing up? You can't compare the level of education that was.
Hey, there
The
is
point I'm making
something
is
China has that help them that we can never have.
Like what?
Their culture and tradition.
Oh my God.
The people.
We are the ones that don't have it. Oh,
no. Hold on.
We don't have it.
Everybody have culture and tradition. I'm trying to pinpoint their culture and tradition that help them. Not that you don't have culture and tradition. That's not what I mean. If you will understand. They have something that we don't have. It's not about putting policies. Policies don't execute themselves. It's not all about building infrastructure that will never maintain themselves. It still boils down to the people. Who are the people? When I see Nigerians discuss about things about Nigeria, blah, 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 there is one aspect we always rule out. Who are we? I've been asking this question for a long time. Who are we? Somebody that will walk into a public toilet in an airport and broke it and walk away. Or somebody who can see somebody destroying a part of an infrastructure and report the person, and the person get consequences for his action. Are we that type of people? You want me to call infrastructures in Nigeria that was built with millions that are decaying today? Not because it wasn't built, not because there was no policies that guided it, but because of the people. So when I say culture and tradition, I don't mean you don't have your own culture and tradition in quotes. You do, of course, but not the one to take you to where you're talking to. We could not continue.
See, what I see is we are excuse making quite a lot. We make excuses for all those countries needed was a leader and ideology and a very, very terrible existential crisis because they were facing the existential crisis. Same was the Soviet Union facing the existential crisis. You see, we say we cannot. How backward can a nation be as the Soviet Union when most of them were serfs? They were literally serfs, and they went on to build an industrialized nation by the time the Second War was over. See, we make excuses. They say, "Oh, because because we don't have culture, or our people are still behind." Yeah, but not everybody's behind. The technology that they used to build that nuclear technology at the time, 1945, many of us have that technology lying in Nigeria right now, but we cannot harness it because we don't want to think in that direction. We are still caught up in the web of the idea that somehow we can sneak our way and develop. No, that is a fool's mentality. You are thinking these people are stupid. The best luck you can have is someday they have use for you.
Do you know?
And decide to allow you to develop a little bit.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you know a country called San Marino?
No.
It's the oldest republic on earth. Is the oldest democracy on earth. But I think I would rather say that 70% of people on planet Earth don't know about the country, and they don't know who the heck they are. Do you know why I mentioned them?
Mm-hmm.
Because they are a people that stick to one thing, who they are. They never change. They mind their business, they don't mind anybody's business. They stay their own, they don't increase their number. They don't want people to come in, they don't want people to go. They are just on their own. That's what I'm giving you as an example as a people. It is very, very important in any country's development. No matter how you put the policy, no matter how wonderful that building is, that infrastructure is, that hospital is so beautiful with well equipped. The people is important. And that people is not in Nigeria. Period. So we will continue with this yo till Jesus come. But there is something about dictatorship that would have helped Nigeria if it was allowed for a long time and then cut it off and we enter democracy. That enforcement of who you are not into you. That is the only advantage of dictatorship. Enforcement of who you are not into you. Most people don't like it. And that's why most people don't like dictatorship outside of all their vices. But that is one thing that stands out in them. So we are not that people. We have a lot of beautiful infrastructures in Nigeria that would have become a tourist center today. But they are decaying. Not because it's not built well, not because money was not spent, not because there was no beautiful policy put on them, but because of the people. So before you talk about China and any politician come to tell you about China or India or this or blah, ask the politician, the people, that human capital management, should be actually the question Nigerians should be asking their leaders when they come for campaign. That human capital management, who is going to manage us on who we are? Because the person to manage us so is also us. So it's kind of difficult.
I think regarding nationality, sometimes it's funny. I'm one of those few that don't see these things as how do I put it? The way most people see it. We pretend as if we don't have nationality. We all know we have nationality. The only problem is that we are not loyal to our own nations, and we think it's optional, and that somehow when we are not, it's gonna end well. No, it's not gonna end well, because nations is just one of the tools you have to better yourself in this world, because you can see that all over the world. Other people use nations to better themselves. And then you can use regional organizations to better yourselves too. Look at what the AES has managed to accomplish. All the other sub-Saharan African countries never accomplished it in 60 years. That's how useless they are. They were not able to accomplish, they were not able to come together and say, let's work together. If somebody hits us, we gang up together and fight them. This is something we will accomplish after slaughtering each other in the almost more than 50 million, if I'm not mistaken, in the Second World War. They were able to create a NATO after that. We couldn't even accomplish it without even having any major blood feud amongst ourselves. I'll tell you, there's something seriously wrong with us. Maybe it's the colonizers left it in our mind to say we don't have nations. Imagine the question you're asking now. A lot of people have far less. So people hate each other in those nations, and they still manage to do more with it. Look at, I just told you about.
That means you didn't understand what I said.
Okay,
I don't think you did.
Enlighten me further.
If you did, you wouldn't be talking about hating each other.
No, I didn't say we hate you. You said
no. You wouldn't have said in those countries the people hate each other and they still advance. If you understand what I'm saying,
okay,
you will know that it's not about hate or love. It's about the people. Who are we? Are we somebody that they will design something and say, this is for us, and we guide it jealously with our two hands and leg even? I have given instances here when Amechi was in government in Rivers State. I gave instances of what he did that have vanished up to today. When a doctor will have the guts to take away an AC unit in a health center because his own at home is 40, he took it away and go and put it in his home. And the sky will not fall. When the next doctor will say, okay, fine, let me take 2 fans, one for my bedroom and one for my sitting room, and the sky will not fall. These are the people I'm talking about. It has nothing to do with hate and love.
You understand what you're saying?
It has a lot to do with what impresses me. I said this severally. When I tell people that Donald Duke must actually be a very clean person, people will say, do you know him? I don't know him. Never met him physically before. But if you go to Calabar, when he was governor, you will know that he's a very clean guy. When I mean neat, explicitly clean. Because those nyama disgusts and irritates him. He makes sure that every day he's driving through Cross River State for any reason to anywhere, everywhere is clean. That is the people I'm talking about. That is what I mean by the people. Because it is in you. You will not tolerate it. You will not walk into an airport and see a broken chair and sit beside a good one beside it. That is what I mean by the people.
Okay, I think I get where you're coming from.
Maybe you don't understand.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I think I was reading it wrong, because quite a few people question their nationhood, but you are describing basically the nature of the people within the nation.
So describing a mindset, a mentality that they have to have, culture, behavior, and it stems from the top, right? She gave the example of Donald Duke, who by the way went to my secondary school, but she's describing a mentality that starts from the top, right? If you're a governor and you form your cabinet of commissioners, and you help them understand the zero tolerance policy towards a certain thing or towards a multitude of things, and they will follow through. Because once they start to understand that if they don't, you're gone. And then law enforcement, not usurping the democratic process, State House of Assembly, all these entities, state courts systems. It starts from the top. If the person on the top respects these entire things and holds everyone accountable, you'll be shocked how smoothly that particular space will function. But another issue to Nigeria is the way, I don't want to get into restructuring and all that stuff, but it's the way the country is run. For a nation like ours that's so vast and so ethnically diverse, right? Concentration of power at the center is a handicap, right? And it will continue to be a handicap until someone has the political will to change how it's structured. Because when people can control their own destinies, this nuclear power plant you're talking about, to shock you, some states can do it.
Please, you cannot give what you don't have.
You understand?
You can't.
For me, I diametrically disagree with that, because I actually believe that Nigeria is a strong center, but a very democratic states and central governance system, like in the model of Switzerland, where you have regional cantons, they call them. People elected individually, then they all go to the presidential council and govern the country. In Nigeria, from even analysis, I've actually done analysis on it based on the American democratic system versus that of that Swiss model that they invented all the way in the 18-something.
What would a weak center be in Nigeria?
What I mean by that is, let me finish what I'm saying. It turns out that the Swiss model is going to be on a long-term basis far more stable than what we are doing now. What we are doing now is an adversarial system that is almost tearing America apart, as we see. Can you imagine doing that in a country that is as diverse as Nigeria? And that's what we went and chose of all the systems that we could have chosen.
No, but America doesn't have a strong center like we do, though. American states are virtually independent.
Until the center calls for them to. American center is quite strong, I must say.
Not really. Yeah, the states of Florida and Texas have no state income tax. If you go to New York, there's income tax that will kill you. Those states also control a lot of the revenue they generate. It's not the same with others. It's not even close.
Actually, based on
that's true, Naja. That's true.
The
states are very powerful.
America actually takes more from the states than Nigeria takes from the states.
No, they don't take more from. They take federal tax from the people, but not from the states.
See, I researched this because I know Nigerians talk like this a lot. Whenever Nigerians, you see,
for example, Texas oil is controlled by Texas.
Now you want to start. See, my point is that you are not the first to say these sort of things. And often when the people say it, I will say, okay.
Does it matter who's the first? Is it relevant who's the first or last? I mean, it's a fact.
You are just interrupting now. We have been quite organized.
No, Tunanja is telling the truth now. In the state of Texas, the reason why that state is so rich and one of the biggest oil states in the world is because they control the destiny of their oil. The oil magnates, the Jerry Jones, all those people you see in Texas, those people, they drill, they get the oil, they do everything, they refine. Houston is what it is today because of that industry.
See, they make profits. Remember, see, staffs have to work for that oil company. They make a certain amount of profit, and they pay a certain amount of tax as corporate tax. By the time they
federal
pay
corporate tax,
that's tax now. They are not taxing the states; they are taxing the companies.
See, I've looked into this. If you have looked into it, then you can come and show me this thing. I've actually looked into these things.
Okay, Tunanja, let me ask you this: does it work the way the Nigerian system works, that they take, like for instance, Delta State, there's oil. The federal government leases out, all companies drill, most of the money goes to the federal government, then they give 13% derivation to the state. Is that how it works? Is that what you're saying it works with in the US? Because that's not how it works.
It's similar. It's not that dissimilar. That's my point. I'm not
It
exactly.
doesn't work. To Nigeria, it doesn't
Hold
work like
on,
that in
hold on,
America.
hold on. No, it doesn't work like that. See, my point. See, I don't know. See, if you want to believe what you want to believe what you want to believe. See,
No,
because
I'm telling you how this is
Sunaja, why are you arguing against
you
facts?
keep
I
telling
don't
me
even
this.
understand. Like,
I told you that I've looked into this. You didn't bother
okay,
to
what
ask
did you
me.
look? What did you look that
Fine.
we don't know here?
I tried to find out how much does the Nigeria and the American government get from the states, because everybody keeps saying the American government state. Okay, I said let me try to find out how much the American government take from the state versus Nigeria.
Okay, take in what sense? Can you explain it so we understand what you're saying,
now,
where you're coming from?
in taxes, in
Okay.
royalties, in everything that the wealth that they harvest from the states. All the
Wait. Who are they taxing? Is that taxing the state itself, or they are taxing the people and the companies
They're
in the
taxing
state?
everything from VAT, from
Wait,
oh my
listen.
God.
Sunaja, calm down. I don't think you are listening to us. We're not disagreeing with you on that.
Me constantly.
We are not interrupting. We're trying to make you understand. We're trying to understand each other. It's not like we're interrupting you.
Ask your question clearly and let me
The
talk.
thing is, you like to just create blind argument. We're trying to understand what we are arguing. It's not like I'm just arguing with you.
You are interrupting. This is getting rowdy.
God, Lord have mercy. Dude, just okay, go ahead, hold your show, man. It's almost like you just want to talk just to talk.
Okay,
I'm not arguing with you. We're trying to understand what we are discussing. So calm down. We're not calm down.
Because
Just
you are
calm
being
down.
rowdy.
Who's
No, it's not being
Lord
rowdy.
have
Come on
mercy.
now. To Nigeria, we're talking.
What is rowdy if somebody's I'm telling you, we're trying to understand what we are.
How is that talking? Normally we're talking when you finish talking, I talk. You can't ask a question and just interrupt me.
I didn't ask you a question, Sunaja. I'm not interrupting you.
Then finish talking.
And I'm not taking floor from you. All I'm trying to say is let's understand what we are saying so we're not just arguing blindly. That's what I'm saying. What's offensive about that?
Okay, what's the question?
It's not a question. I'm just saying let's know exactly where we agree and disagree. With like what you are saying, I don't like we're trying to see the point where you disagree. It's almost like everything I used to say what I say is based on fact. So we don't know what you're arguing.
Okay. First, what I disagree with, number one, was a weak center, bad idea for a country as diverse as Nigeria. And then Azon went on and said that American center is quite weak. And I disagree with that. American center is not weak. After all, they won the war and they defined the new state that America, the structure of America. American center is very, very strong military that they have. At the same time, the money they take from the states, because the question that was coming up was that the states in Nigeria, don't keep a lot of their wealth. Then I looked into that. I said, how is that even possible? What is going on here? Why is the Nigerian federal government taking so much money from the states? But only to find out that, okay, American government on the surface doesn't seem like they are taking a lot of money from the states, but they are taking a lot of money from
Sunanja, when we said weak, we define what we mean by weak. So he gave it definition, and I gave it definition.
Let me finish.
But the argument you are presenting is completely different from what we gave. The definition we gave.
Constantly. Let me finish one answer first.
Dude, man, let me just bounce, man.
No, don't bounce. Don't bounce.
I didn't bounce. He just wants to be rowdy.
No, Tunaja, he wasn't being rowdy. He wasn't being rowdy.
Oh, give me the answer you like.
I've actually seen him be rowdy. He wasn't being rowdy. He was actually trying to have a conversation with you.
Talk because it's like you don't like the idea. You don't want somebody to
talk.
No,
I'm listening to you. I just think you're wrong. There's nothing fundamental.
But because I'm wrong doesn't mean that you don't let me finish what I'm saying.
No, I'm letting you talk. You've been talking. I think you're not accurate. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. And by the way, what I was saying about the center, I said the states should have more power and more autonomy. Nothing about the center being weak. I never said the center should be weak. I said the states should have more autonomy because if they do, they generate more revenue for them.
Said the center should be weaker.
No, I said the center has too much power as it is in a diverse country like Nigeria. The states should have more power. And if they have more power, then they generate more revenue for the center, right? But right now, the way it is, it's a feeding bottle system. Most of the states are charity cases. They can't even fund their states. Most of them can't even barely pay salaries. Okay. The system can't work. And then the American system that you claim is like ours is not like ours. The US federal government, right, makes trillions of dollars from states, but all that money comes from different forms of taxes. It has nothing to do with resources. So if a state like Texas has oil, right, it's not taking its oil and letting the federal government control a large chunk of that oil revenue only to give it back like 13%. That's not how it works. It will make money from the oil And the federal government will have its federal taxes that it takes either from the corporations, payroll, or whatever type of taxes it takes. That's how it works, right? So what I'm saying to you in the Nigerian context is, yes, you can have a strong federal government in certain categories, but the states, but for that federal government to be strong, the states must be strong. They must be able to stand on their own. Our states, listen, I can call out some states. I don't want to offend anyone, but there are a lot of states that can't stand on their own. They can't. And that's a fact. They're in Abuja. The governors are in Abuja all the time. They're never even in their states. Right? Didn't you see what happened recently when Akpabio was begging Tinubu to allow some of his senators get their police security so they can go back to their constituency? They can't even go back to their constituency without police escorts. Right? You can't go and see your people without armed guards. What does that say about you? So essentially, I'm saying all that to say the structure we're running with right now is very faulty. I understand the Swiss structure, right? It's not a bad framework in the sense that you have cantons, you have different people representing different cantons, all of them come together and they all make decisions for the country. Fair enough. If that can be identified as through our geopolitical regions, then maybe it can work. Maybe, right? We have to agree that each person from each geopolitical, and then they rotate at certain times, through elections. Maybe it can work. Not having one leader, but having, like a board of directors. But, it's not a bad whatever. But even with that, those cantons that you're talking about in Switzerland, they're pretty independent and pretty strong.
Yeah,
Right.
but their leaders don't have immunity. You see, the thing about Nigeria is that when we sometimes, I don't know how to put it without coming across as patronizing. So forgive me because I know I always come across as know it all. But the thing about Nigeria is that when we have a problem of underdevelopment and poverty, we put it down to a structural problem. All structures have proven themselves to work around the world. We've seen them from monarchy, dictatorship, centralized, decentralized. They've all proven to work. The essential is weakness. And the people that refuse to do the right thing by themselves, for themselves, they keep aspiring for mediocrity constantly. You don't want to take the risk because it's too hot for you. That's a problem at the core of it because all the systems work. Don't you see that? It's clear. Out of 200 countries in the world, you will see varied systems. Even in the UK, the European Union, there are various systems. Even the Scottish, the Swiss system, no other European country uses it, but they all seem to be fine. What that tells me is that there is something more fundamental that is going on. And for me, what makes us more vulnerable, I have a problem with that. Let's say something that leads to less cohesion. I have issue with that. Something that makes the center weaker. I have issue with that because what that would mean is that they will get us to fly apart at this time when there's a hope that we might stand a chance of breaking out of the control of these powerful nations around the world. When the Chinese is rising, that could create an opportunity because the last time a bunch of them broke out was during the time of the Soviet Union. That's when some of them broke out of the control of the West. And now there's a window opening again, and we want to squander it thinking that we're just going to kind of slide our way through it and nothing is going to happen. No, it's not. These people are not stupid. Let's not make that mistake. So my own point is that if you are looking at it, I want to go back to the other point because I think that point is quite important. So anybody that is listening can get where I'm coming from here. The American government, they don't, on the surface, it doesn't look like they take a lot of money from the states. But by the time they tax, remember, every individual person that is working in those states get taxed. By the time they tax the petrol, by the time they VAT here, there, and then they take corporation tax too. Everything this corporation is buying, most of them, they are taxing them. You'll be surprised they actually take more from the states than in Nigeria. I was shocked to see that myself. That should tell you something. I had to do that research. I questioned the result over and over again.
Yeah,
They
but
keep saying, taking more money.
That's different from what do you call it? From actually controlling the resources. I'll give you an example. Like, so for instance, if Zamfara decides that if we have that model and Zamfara state says, okay, great, and they find a company that comes in, mines gold, builds a gold manufacturing plant in Zamfara that creates gold bars, and they call it the Zamfara Gold corporation, whatever they want to call it, and is actually starts to sell those gold bars internationally, the state becomes extremely wealthy. The Nigerian federal government doesn't want to control whatever they do. They just tax them. And they have all forms of taxes, and they make trillions of dollars, similar to what's happening in America, right? I actually think having autonomy with states and giving people the dignity and control of their resources actually will bring us together closer. It won't divide us, because what makes us come together closer as a nation, right, is our willingness to continue to build that bond. It's not having states have autonomy. That's what builds us. Look, the problem in Nigeria today is that we have failed to continue to build the unity that we are supposed to have. Instead, we've allowed certain people create divisiveness. We've allowed them drive us apart through politics, through religion. They've done these things, right? When Gowon built the unity schools that a lot of us went to, those things did a lot for building unity in Nigeria, because you were forced to go to schools in places you were not from, to interact with people you would never meet. But those things, they stopped investing in them. A lot of them have gone decrepit. The reason why we have issues with unity today is because we stopped working at it. It's not because of the central government is going to build unity. That's not going to happen. You understand? So the thing about it is, if we want to generate more revenue that we can use to build weapons and maybe even build our army stronger, then that revenue has to come from all corners of the country. That means the whole country has to be productive. That's Peter Obi's mantra.
Yeah, that's it. See, I agree with you. That's at the core of the problem. You have to be more productive. It doesn't matter what the formula you use, because when I compare the Nigerian states that we have today versus Scotland, you'll be surprised. Scotland is a whole separate country from the United Kingdom, and separate from England, and or even Ireland the same. But yet, the powers that the Nigerian states have versus Scotland, apart from football that the Scottish people can go and do and a few other things, the powers are very, very similar. As a matter of fact, the states in Nigeria, the governors are more powerful in the sense that they cannot be prosecuted, but the Scottish First Minister can be prosecuted. So you can see that, and the oil that the Scottish people have goes to the center in the United Kingdom, and yet it's a whole country on its own. So, and this is why I always look at the elementals, not necessarily what people describe as structures. If, let's say, the Nigerian government was the center, was taking so much money from the states, I will agree with those initial arguments, because then fundamentally, elementally, it is taking too much from the states. But when we say we want powers to go to the state, it needs to be elementally less powerful than other, like in America or in Scotland. Because in Nigerian's context, it's relatively powerful. The states have the ability to raise funds. They have the ability to bring businesses there. The only thing that they don't necessarily have the ability to is, I think, minerals underneath the ground. And it's the same for the UK too. Any mineral underneath the ground, even when you find treasures underneath the ground, it belongs to the crown. So that is the difference between it's the same between Nigeria and the UK, but not in America. America, if you find mineral in the state, it belongs to the state. I think that's how they do it. But yet, quite a significant amount of minerals that are found in states still belong to the center in America, even till today, still belong to the center. So it's not as clear cut. When we talk about these things, it's not as clear cut as we think, because I've been involved with this. This is the reason why when I get involved in so many conversations, I hear things and I go and check. Like some of the things you tell me today now, I'll go and check it and say, oh, what this person, what did he say? Let me check the facts. And some of the facts blow my mind. One of the ones that blew my mind the most was that the American state government is actually taking more from the center, because many Nigerians actually believe the opposite compared to Nigeria.
Yeah, but it's how it's taking it, though. I mean, taking more, that's a function of semantics, right? Okay, if you're taking more because you have different forms of taxes, yeah, it adds up, and your states are very productive. California is the fifth largest economy in the world. Is it even fourth now? Right? Tons of billions and trillions of dollars go through California. So imagine the taxes that are being driven from that place. But it's able to do that because its states are very productive. right? So
You can't be productive without security. You go back to what I was talking about. You can't be productive when you are busy losing $50 billion of
see,
investment every year.
yeah, but security now you're shifting the goalpost. We're,
No,
we're talking
no,
we're talking about
because when you're arguing about productivity,
governance structure. If you want
but
to
it's
talk
not
about if you want to talk about security, then that's a different
I
conversation.
thought we've already addressed that point. Governance structure is not the issue.
Yes, but governance structure, right, will help you generate more revenue because you have to fund
Not
security.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
I think I
Saudi
listen.
Arabia is able to generate a
How much
lot
revenue? How much revenue? How much revenue are we generating now? Federal government has to have its hand in everything, right?
Yes.
It's highly inefficient. Even the security thing you're talking about, right? Everything has to come from the center.
Yeah, but there are countries
That's
that
why these terrorists are successful. Because they pick random communities. You can't be everywhere. They pick random communities and they attack them.
But there are countries that are centralized out there that generate a lot of resources. What does that not tell you that the structure is not the problem? It's the people. I think AI is correct, Madam Zita, when she said the people are the problem. They are not ready.
Yeah, the countries that generate more revenue, and you can give an example so we can analyze it. But the countries that generate more revenue through centralized structure, they have a different makeup.
Saudi Arabia is one.
Saudi Arabia has a totally different makeup. Does Saudi Arabia have 350 different languages and ethnicities?
But you see, no, they have different groups in
their country. But they're all united under Islam, Sunni Islam for that matter, Wahhabism. You can't compare an entity like that and then look at us.
Come on, that's
I mean, look. Okay, I'll give you an example. Do you know just Kaduna alone has like 40 different ethnicities?
I'm aware, but that is not the reason.
It is a huge part because people cling to these city states that existed before we were merged. You have to understand what's going on. I don't think you fully listen. I don't think you fully understand. I think that's what the issue is because a lot of people cling to these things that they are. So when you have, I mean, look at all the elections we've had.
The clinging is the issue. It's not the fact that they are different. I think you are this is why what
the clinging is the issue because the money bag
is the issue.
No, you're missing the point. The clinging is the reason why the center is so attractive and why everyone wants their ethnicity to get to the center. It's because the money bag is in the center. You see what I'm saying? The money bag for controlling all the resources in the country is in the center.
Which is a bit stupid.
If it wasn't in the center, right? If it wasn't in the center, I can bet you everything that you have all these different people fighting to become president of the country.
It's not objectively true. The center, okay, Northerners have ruled the country longer. Are they more developed? No, it's not.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point again. The money bag is in the center, so people will push, even if it doesn't benefit them. You and I know this. What we shouldn't talk like we don't know this. Even if it doesn't directly benefit them, people will push for their brother or so-called brother to become president.
Yes.
It doesn't directly benefit them. It's not going to improve the roads or the water consumption in their little communities. But they'll say, it's my brother, Abi. They won't say anything bad about the person. Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's because national cake, Abi, let's get our own. But if that national cake wasn't there, because states control their self-determination.
It's the people themselves. See, the reason why I'm saying that is the people themselves. Russia had the same. Russia had a diverse population too. China has a diverse population. Indonesia does. It's the people that are choosing to hog the. In short, I wouldn't even say it's the people really, because in reality, I know why this is happening. Because if things starts working well, people they find it easier to get on when things are working well. When things are not working well, what do you expect? People are going to misbehave. People do things bad.
You mentioned Russia. Let's talk Russia. Right? When Russia was the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Do you know how difficult it was for the Soviet Union to keep all those Balkan states, right, within the Soviet Union? The ones that were actually very different. Do you know how difficult it was? That's why when it fell,
because the West was fighting against it.
no, that's not why. That's not why. Because they were different, and a lot of them did not want to be part of that union. So that's why when there were cracks in the Soviet Union, it was very easy for those states to break away because they never wanted to be part of it. As a matter of fact, even now, within Russia, you have issues with the people in Dagestan and Chechnya, right? And the US has actually tried to use that to its advantage to get those people to try to break away. And you remember they had the whole issue with Chechnya where Russia had to come down and clamp down on them, right? A lot of them, if it was up to them, they would break away from Russia because ethnically they're different. Religiously, they're different.
You are reading it slightly wrong.
See, no, I'm not reading it wrong. I'm familiar with this. I know what I'm saying.
I know you are familiar with it. You can be familiar with something, but your interpretation may be wrong. See, the Soviet Union, from my point of view, the reason why they lost is because they had fundamentals against them. One, they didn't have access to the sea as the colonizer nation and allies had, and in short, they had everything working against them. And the Chinese that was supposed to be on their side turned on them when they were trying to make nice with the West, and the Chinese started doing business with the West, and that was a strategic move that Nixon made to take the Chinese away from the Soviet Union, thereby starving the Soviet Union out. So they lost a struggle. Like now,
just one quick correction. What you just said right now wasn't what I was talking about. You just said the reason why they lost. I wasn't talking about the reason why they lost. I was talking about why it was so easy to have all those states, those Soviet states, break away. Right? Not the reason why they lost. It was easy because a lot of those states never wanted to be part of the union.
The reason why they lost is why they broke away. Now, let me give you one other reason. You see, it's tied to that breakaway issue that you were talking about. Because how do you explain more than 50% Republicans and quite a high percentage of Democrats wanting America to break up today, but yet America is still together? They voted, they selected that they would prefer the country to break up. So it tells you that, but America will not break up because America is stronger and comparatively to what the Soviet Union was going through during that time. So most of all this it comes down to strength. Even when you are messed up, but just because you are strong, you can generally hold yourself together and keep moving forward. That's how nations tend to function. And we have seen so many examples of nations that shouldn't even be together. They don't seem like America shouldn't even be together if you think about it. In so many ways.
No, America. Let me explain something to you about United States. They're together because they have driven this doctrine of American exceptionalism for a very long time, to the point where the Kool-Aid, according to let me use American language, the Kool-Aid has been drunk so much, right, that in their subconscious, in their sleep, they all believe American exceptionalism. That is why the United States, right, when they chant USA, USA, they believe it. What they've done is what I was talking about, that unity is something you have to work on. What they've done is they've been able to sell successfully a narrative and a belief in being American. And that is why they're not breaking up. That is the difference. This thing. I mean, you don't have to take my word for it. At the end of the day, you can even talk to African Americans, and I know you have. You can talk to African Americans, right, who will complain from now till the cows come home that they've been oppressed. Their ancestors built the country. This. But question their Americanness and see what happens. They will fight and die for that red, white, and blue. So yes. That's the point I'm making, right?
Yeah, but you are making my point, though. You are saying
the point I'm making is
the job of bringing the nation together.
Yes, the point I'm making is that's not because of a strong center. That's because of an ideology that they've driven across the nation. That's different from us.
But it's driven by a strong center. Now, if you didn't have a strong center, the states will drive their own ideology.
No, it's driven because the states also drive that ideology. But the states are
Because
strong
states
enough to. The states are strong enough.
Sorry. Are you telling me that the state has a national identity without the national identity being imposed on the state?
Everybody has bought.
National identity has to be imposed on the state. For the state
Everybody
to
has
follow
bought into it. Look, if you start something and all the states buy into it, then they're going to drive it at the same time. It's not because of a strong center at the top that's kind of sending out this message, but the states aren't buying into it, but everybody's eating it up. No, the states, the local councils, all of them buy into it.
If you don't buy into it, they will ostracize you in America. If you try, there are people that have tried.
They won't necessarily ostracize you. No, they won't necessarily ostracize you. I mean,
you're not going to rise up the rank in the country. That's for sure. Because they will see you as somebody that just like a separatist, or people that are insurrectionists. That's how they will see you. That they will ostracize you. That's why America has so many militias. Many white people believe that they should break the country. But as a matter of fact, my own prediction is that America is going to go into a massive war in the next 1 year or two, or they are going to face a civil war at home because there's a big problem, demographic shift that is going on in that country. So, and this is something that is driving them to believe. You might think I'm wrong, but when the time comes, you will see what I'm wrong or not. Yeah. So, but
the reason why I think you're wrong is because I think the one thing they've done exceptionally well is that whole deep state thing, the intelligence community. It is hands down the most powerful entity in that state. And before any of those people you're talking about are able to pull off what it is that they want to do, these guys will pick them off.
Apart from that, their foundation. There's one thing about America. Their forefathers did a very good job. Their foundation is strong. They foresee these things that it might happen. So they put it in their constitution. Their forefathers did a very good job. That's all I can say. It's not going to happen because of the way it is built. Otherwise, let me tell you, the kind of shenanigan that goes on in the United States, if one thought of it happen in any country, they will no longer exist. I think it's their foundation.
I'm not so sure, because if you look at their foundation is actually fracturing them now, and because of the demographic shift that is going on, which I have found historically to not exist in a peaceful manner. This is why I predict it. I'm not predicting it flippantly. I've tried to find out in history where demographic population has been replaced peacefully, and it has never happened peacefully. And America is about to undergo that in the next 10 to 20 years or so. And you can see what you see in Trump is that reaction. And they say it openly. They want their country back. They are not having it. So, and if that doesn't happen, they've already said they are going to be looking to break the country up. This is something they were talking well before 2020. I've been on right-wing channels where they are talking about all this and that. They're going to break the country up. They're not going to sit around and watch themselves become minorities in their own land. So, and which is, you can understand, because historically people don't take these things lying down. But my take is
Let me tell you, can I add something?
Right,
go on with it. It will not break, but they will deal decisively with all those people. Mark it today.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell him. That's what I was trying to tell him.
Write it down.
I'm telling you.
Go on with it.
They may win the one. I'm not saying
listen to me. Listen carefully. There's not gonna be any war. There's not going to be any division. Maybe attacks, yes, but they will deal with them decisively. Remember one thing: they got the money, they got the power, they got the intellect. So that's why I told you that their ancestors did a very good job.
The intelligence community.
Look,
is something else.
That's why I say there are two solutions. Either they go to a big war,
let me tell you,
and they will still come back from that one and face the same demographic shift.
Let me tell you, there is one thing Al Jazeera commentator said today that made me have a ruling life. I know that's why you were saying what you're saying. You see America moving away from what made them. That's what you're seeing. And then the rest of the world is trying to move into what made America. Because if you look around the world now, the so far right are the ones winning elections. The far right that America is trying to, well, they can't anyway. They're pretending as if the youths and they're pretending as if they want to get away with it, but that's what made them. Let me tell you the difference. Those far right, their ancestors built them up in a way that they can grow, they can open their vaults. How many of your progressive are ready to open their vault? These people can open, when I mean open their vault, they will open their vault of wealth and deal with you decisively. Trust me. I want you, today is 2nd of January. I want you to go home with this thing I have told you. Forget it. Continue.
For a country that has already fought a civil war before, you see, the reason why I say if there's a civil war
He's still
in
saying
America,
it.
of course I'm going to still say it because you can say whatever you like. But what you said has not defied history. That you didn't say something that has never happened in history before. If you had told me that since the creation of, at least since you are aware of history, a population has been replaced peacefully, I can hear you. It has never happened in history. And this is something America is facing, and you are not busy, you are ignoring it and thinking that a country that has fought civil war will never happen again. I don't know where that is coming from. Even the polls are telling you that the signs are all there. Why do you think Trump is there? The signs are all there. They are saying they want to break the country up. The Republican poll, go and check it yourself. The poll shows that majority of Republicans want to break the country up. These are Democrats in a country of one of the most powerful country in the world. They want to break the country up. At least they prefer that option than to remain with the Democrats as it is right now. And yet they are still together as a nation. So, like you are even arguing that they're going to stay together, even when they have all those signs. So, can you imagine a sizable population of Nigeria, more than 30% of Nigeria, saying they want to leave the country? 30% of Nigeria, because the Southeast is not even 30%, but the Nigeria, I don't think that amount says they want to break the country up. But that said, my own take is that the issue we tend to have is very simple. This is why I always put that thing on my list there, because I've distilled it down to 3 major things. And as a matter of fact, I can remove the middle one and forget the law enforcement, because that comes by default. If you just have security, before you know it, law and order will just take over. Technological revolution, if we are to survive, we have to have that. And you have to have security. If you take care of those two, the rest is just talk. The rest will just happen. We are losing too much money. And my calculation from last 10 years, Nigeria has lost I estimated from 1.2 to 1.8 trillion dollars. 1.2 to 1.8 trillion dollars. That you can't keep bleeding like that and you expect anything to work. And why are people surprised that people are a little bit grumpy in that country and they don't like the country? Because that's the situation we're facing. If you subject the UK to that nonsense, watch how the UK people behave with their government. They will lose it. And that's what
Yeah,
Nigeria has to be putting up.
you deserve the government that you tolerate. Who was it that said it? Frederick Douglass. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. At the end of the day, the endurance of the Nigerian populace to deal with bullshit is Olympic level. So as long as they continue to exercise that endurance, national anthem gets changed without your authorization. Okay, move on. Boom. Subsidy is gone. Move on. Boom. I'm going to remove a state governor and impose a military guy there as a administrator. Okay, move on. Boom. They will just continue to do and do and do until people say enough. You know, and speaking about the politics, you know, Obi, God damn it, man. I listen, I wish him luck. The only thing that can save Obi right now is if his obedience flawed that ADC primaries and somehow, which would be a miracle, somehow get him to win the primaries in that place. You went into a party that has Atiku, Tambowal, and El Rufai, and you think you are going to win. I mean, seriously, it just seems laughable.
We don't know that. We don't know yet.
Yeah, to Nigeria, let's be real here. Come on now. You went into a party with Atiku, Tambowal, and El Rufai that they set up. They created this vehicle. They were able to use their leverage to get all the influential people into the vehicle, including you. And you think you're going to go in there and somehow win a primary. Like I said, my prediction is here's what's going to happen. If his obedience supports him.
So what you are saying is that you wish P2B to pick ticket to contest for presidency.
Yeah, if you're going to lose, you lose.
No, I'm just asking.
Yes. I think he should not. I don't think he should have joined.
No problem.
I think he should have picked a party. Look, you had some clout. I think you should have picked a party, not ADC. You should have run on your own merit with your own ideology. If you lose, you lose. What's the point of joining these guys when you're not going to win a primary? You're not going to win a primary. So what's the point? Your ideology is not going to rise to the top. These guys are going to game the system. You think you're going to go to this party with these guys and you're going to beat Atiku? They've crowned him already. They're going to game the system. Even if your obedience back you up and you would go in there and make noise, and at the end of the day, everybody's going to be disappointed and angry because they will job the system. Isn't that the same Tambowal that betrayed Wike last minute in PDP, where Wike was upset and went and joined Atiku? This ADC is a Fulani party. Point blank, period. And this is their vehicle. Wait a second. This is their vehicle to get back in power, to kick Asiwaju out, who I'm not a fan of anyways. Right?
You see what I said about the people.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I talk, I try as much as possible to pick it out. When we, the people, is beat that we are. The person that was talking about Obi to go pick a ticket, and Obi saw article, and Obi see this. Don't get me wrong, go. We the people don't know what our problem is. I keep asking, who are we? Obi has showed, okay, they brought him out to the limelight in 2019. They did that their China cover up. So in 2023, he came out and run under a shadow, what do they call it? Primary they did and hand over to him because that was not a primary. They just gave him that position. And after that election, in every inch of his step, he has shown those things that I said from the one that he's not supposed to be there. He has proven everybody beyond reasonable doubt in leadership and otherwise. And somebody in your platform, as I said before, we the people, is still saying, if he can pick the ticket, if he can get the ticket and go and run on his own, if he's obedient, that means I asked the person a question. So actually, you will like him to pick a ticket and run for president? He said yes. To Nigeria, you see what I'm talking about? Tomorrow, when he goes there, it's either he keeps supporting him blindly or he will start now condemning him. Even when the whole thing is clear. Tinubu is there now. I know most people that disapproved of him before he became president. Some of the things he's not getting right. Those people who approved of him are still supporting him blindly. The others maybe are condemning him. But most people, before any leader goes in, you see all the red lines that you see, more especially that P2B. His own red lines are very clear. But it's actually very funny. That's why I'm telling you, it is not about the policy. It's not about the infrastructure. It is the people. Somebody who could not manage one of the smallest states in Nigeria. Somebody who could not manage one of the smallest party in Nigeria.
What do you mean he couldn't manage the state in Nigeria? In what way did he manage it?
If you don't know about that, let me say the one you know. Someone who could not manage one of the smallest states, the smallest party.
All that is
in
subjective.
Nigeria.
All that is subjective.
Hold
It
on.
depends on who you ask.
You don't know about
People
the
in
state.
Anambra will tell you did a
Hold on.
fantastic job. So that's
You don't know
subjective.
about the state.
That's very
Let me
subjective.
talk about the one you know. Somebody who could not manage the smallest party in one of the smallest parties in Nigeria.
It's not his party now. It's not a one
The
man.
man has 6 million votes. The man has 6 million votes.
Is it a one man?
See, we should stop making an excuse for Peter Obi from the point of view that saying that whether he's, whether Labour Party is a one-man party. It's not
So
about
if you are saying that he couldn't manage Labour Party, what will you say about PDP?
Let me finish my point. When we
what will you say about PDP, who has more leverage?
I'm out, man. I'll talk to you later. I'm out.
All right, man. Nice one. Thank you for joining us. You see, when you say it's not a one-man party, the point I'm trying to make is that it's not about one man. P2B had 6 million votes. That's not one man. That's 6 million people. He could have used that to take over that party. I don't know why he didn't. I still don't understand it. Because I've never seen somebody get so much support, but usually that support so little. I don't understand the logic behind it. What kind of politics is playing at? And now he has to kind of almost limp into ADC. Why do that? Why subject yourself to all this when he doesn't have to? I don't know. I don't understand. I've never seen that kind of politician before. I've seen so many politicians, but I've never seen anything like this.
That is one-man party. You are not understanding his argument. ADC is the one that is one-man party, that he will now have to get his obedience to come and vote on the primary day and make sure you see him talking. ADC he went to is the one that is one-man party. That him and his obedience can make a decision.
But I don't see how that is going to happen, except Atiku decides to throw his weight behind P2B. If he does, then they have a chance. They may have a chance against Tinubu, actually. Tinubu may not be as popular as people like to believe by 2027. It may not be that popular because things may not work the way it thinks. Nigeria has been bombed. ECOWAS has reduced in half. If somebody makes a good case against him, they might defeat him, actually.
Let me tell you something to Niger. I said this thing yesterday. Was 1st of January 2026. And they tell everybody that was listening to take it home. I made an analogy to Niger. That my analogy yesterday, maybe you were not listening. I'm going to make it again. You see, election actually can change in a twinkle of an eye. The vote. People usually say they rig election. There's nowhere in the world they don't rig election. It depends on the manner in which you rig it. Election can change in a twinkle of an eye. That's when you know who is a real politician. At that point, what is he going to do to swing it to himself? Now, let me do my analogy I did yesterday. You see, For decades, I want to do an analogy that has nothing to do with this topic before I bring it to this topic. Hmm? I hope you will let me.
Yeah, that's fine.
You see, for decades, Africans are not the only enslaved people on earth. Neither are they the only colonized people on earth. But since that colonization and that enslavement, they are not even the worst enslaved people. Like when it comes to maltreatment, the Trans-Saharan wasn't the worst. But anytime you sit down to talk to an African, they concentrate more on what was done to them. I have said this several times. They flog us, they took they turned us, they stole they destroyed us. And one aspect of the action is being demeaned. And I said, that is not conquer. You are not conquering the situation. You refuse to acknowledge. I said it here yesterday. Somebody jumped and said, acknowledge what? By asking me acknowledge what, confirmed what I'm saying. You refuse to acknowledge their resilience, their adaptiveness, their intellect, their doggedness, their strength, above all, their power. For them to live thousands of miles away from you, come to your land in a place they don't have never even seen that skin color before, probably.
Mm-hmm.
They don't eat your food. They couldn't understand your language. The environment is an environment they have never experienced before. They came in, conquered, dwindled you in your own land, and whisked you away like a teddy bear far away in their nation and dealt with you howsoever they wanted. You always remove that aspect. You
What should they have
demean
done?
it.
What should they
You
have done when they came?
hold on. Is that what?
What other option did they have? Fight
No,
them
that's what
and
I'm
leave?
saying now. That's what I'm saying. You should recognize that you didn't have any other option. That's exactly what I'm saying. You are making my point. You shouldn't be talking that this is what they did to you. This is what you should recognize that I was weak. I didn't have an option. They came and dealt with me. Now, what do I do next time if I find myself in such a situation? Not dwelling on what they did to you. Now, back to Nigeria, to Niger.
Mm-hmm.
You see, 2023 general election was the most interesting election in Nigeria. Why? In as much as the people that lost, we are finding it difficult. Actually, they were pretending because people like Bawa, that's his name, that came to here to shout it was the worst election, is working with Tinubu today. So I don't want to dwell in what they think or what they say, but let me say my own opinion.
Okay.
It was one of the most interesting elections in Nigeria. Actually, the closest we have come to free and fair. 4 people were running mad. Nobody refused to drop for each other. They fought that election. In that election, one person among all of them was the most hated, the most abused, the most insulted, even among his own people, his own party, even the person he helped opened his vote to make what he has wished to be, was finding it difficult. Now, yesterday I made a comment, somebody jumped out to ask me, acknowledge what? I noticed that all the people who are trying to contest with him next year refuse to acknowledge his resilience, his strength, his tolerance, his patience, his what will I call it, when you bring yourself down,
Humility.
his strength, his calmness, and above all, now that he has power in his hands. I watch people talk. That aspect, somebody will ask you, recognize what? And let me say this. To Nigeria, do you know why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because I keep saying it because people are not seeing what I'm seeing in 2027. Tomorrow, somebody like one man will come and ask me, are you getting your information where the others are not getting? Obviously, I don't give my information where others get anyway. What I am seeing in 2027, most people are not seeing it. And I've been saying it. If you do not, the first stage of solving a problem is to recognize that problem. The moment you recognize it, you start planning a way to counter it. If you then refuse to recognize that man's, if that man can pull out that thing in 2023, pull off that thing, then if they continue like this, to Nigeria, let me make it clear to you people, he will run them over. And you know why I'm saying this? These same people that refuse to recognize this and find a way around it will come back here when the result is called to insult our institutions, our electoral institution, our judiciary, above all, our law enforcement agencies.
I want to ask a question.
Hold on, let me finish, please. They will run around the internet, go to every, I blame them, there is in the world of tech. They will run around the internet and go around all the media houses and everywhere and anything and anywhere and tell the whole world how useless these three institutions I have mentioned is in Nigeria. But now, every day I hammer, Tinubu is not indomitable. But you have to find out what makes him tick. Don't meet him there. Find a way around it. I have been saying it. I am not saying it. Ask your question.
Is Tinubu more popular or unpopular before that the last elections? Has he gained more popularity or he's more unpopular right now?
Tinubu has never been somebody who you will use that word popular for. He's not that kind of person. He's somebody that has strength to build a ladder. Most people will see the ladder growing up like stretching, but they don't see the person stretching that ladder. That's the kind of person Tinubu is. When he emerges to climb the ladder, you will ask, who the heck is this? But for those who put their eyes on ground, we know that he is the one that has been building that ladder for him to climb. So Tinubu is not somebody you use the word popular for. I don't even know where you got that one from. He has never been a popular person.
Like a people's
Except
favorite,
for,
like his
hold on,
policies and
except
everything.
for the time one guy, for somebody like me, I never knew him except for the time one guy sang a song. Tinubu, you don't hit my car, or you borrow better. Then I was asking, they said he's the governor of Lagos. I said, then why the song? They said, he's doing something in Lagos. My colleagues in the office then. Nigerians are people who don't really know who the heck governors of a state are, except they live in that state. Trust me. So Tinubu is not somebody you use the word popular. But I can assure you that he's somebody who has the strength and stamina to create a ladder, staircase. And you will not see him doing that staircase. But the staircase will keep going. The day he will come out to climb the staircase, say, who the heck is this? I don't even know him. I don't like him. Is he not this? I don't like him. But he built that staircase. And for the kind of person he is, you cannot stop him from climbing that staircase because he has built it already. So I don't know why you asked that question, but I believe I have answered you.
I think he has managed. I don't necessarily know how he. I guess it's not so surprising because sooner or later somebody has to win between the three of them that ran the last election, and it turns out that the opposition sabotaged themselves beyond belief. You can say maybe Tinubu is lucky or he engineered it somehow, and if he engineered it, then he must have engineered either P2B or Wiki breaking up from PDP or other problem that occurred with PDP. PDP fragmented into four to enable Tinubu to get into office.
No,
And that
he
is
might not. Hold on. Let's not assume what we don't know. Can we put it this way? He might not have engineered the problem, but he is someone that take opportunity when he sees it. Because he's not the only one consulting those 5 mosquitoes. What do you call them again?
mosquitoes.
Those, he wasn't the only one consulting them. A lot of people, including Obi visited them abroad. Everybody was consulting them when they were doing that shenanigan. So I cannot assume that he was the one that caused the catastrophe. If he is the one that caused the catastrophe, I don't see the reason why he has to consult them up to 4 to 5 times. If he is the one that put the fire.
Whatever happens anyway, we don't necessarily know whether most of this stuff is even in our own hands. Like you said, they all went to London to go and see them. So we don't know who is engineering the ascendancy of these individuals. The point is that most of them, we don't even control the outcome of this election. It's decided outside the country. So one way or another, like you said, he has managed to maneuver himself to a position whereby he is the anointed one to get into office. So somehow he still ended up in office anyway, no matter what happens. I don't necessarily care too much about that in terms of whether he's a genius, whether he's not a genius, or whether luck, or whatever. The point is, in the end, is what he has done with the nation, and one has to focus on that because everybody can say he's a great politician, he's a great maneuverer, Machiavellian, whatever. But in the end, it's his results. People are not focusing on his results.
Elections are not even up to 40% to 1 because of your deliverables. Trust me. I repeat myself again. Elections, most times, are not won because of, it's not up to 40% of your deliverables that take you there.
Yeah, even if it's 20%, it's 20% that you still have to
It's how you manage the little you have done and how you push it forward. That's what makes them politicians.
There's
But
some
if
truth
you people
there.
don't want to believe me, that's okay.
I'm not saying you're not right there.
I'm
I'm not saying you're not right. I'm just saying that in the end, he may be scuttled. The idea that he can get away with it, it depends on the opposition. The opposition is a little bit useless. So if he has a formidable opposition, then he might find himself in a situation.
That is what now you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm not seeing a formidable opposition. Just
That's
the
the problem.
truth.
Neither do I.
It's
Not
not
at the moment.
indomitable. It's not indomitable. But acknowledge how he maneuvers. When you acknowledge it, then you sat down and draw your own card. Don't meet him in the field where he's good at. Find something that he's not good at and hit him. Come on now.
The one thing about politics that always amazes me is that You know, sometimes 4 years can happen in 1 week in politics, and you never really know what could happen in the next 2 3 years. People just assume they know. With all the bombing Trump is coming to bomb, we don't know where the
Well,
election is.
to Niger, what I am seeing, self, from what I am seeing, I'm hearing is like those people, self, that are waiting for him to finish his the next 4 years. Trust me. Honestly, sincerely speaking, but if I say if somebody will say, what the heck is this idiot talking about? From the way they're behaving and from what I'm hearing, I don't really think, never mind. But this is what I think. And this is what I understand. And this is what I have observed. Because for somebody like Tinubu, Tinubu is not somebody, as a politician, you go to fight him with a kiss glove. That means you are not observant. Period. He's not indomitable, but he's not somebody you fight with a kiss glove. If you do that, you are not observant. And if you are not observant, I don't know what the heck you are going to win. Period. You can abuse me for all you care.
It's the mistake of the opposition not to get themselves organized. Nigeria is full of some strange set of people that don't seem to have, I don't know, man. They are not ready. They are not ready to sort the country's affairs out. And this is not an individual problem. This is a systemic problem that has been coming down the ages. Even to today, even, you know, some of the conversations I have here, people think I sometimes I'm a little bit obstinate and everything. I am obstinate because nobody has actually come across and said, no, to be fair, there are a few people that have come on TV and said some of the things that I agree with. But our people keep making one simple mistake. They will see something that works somewhere else, but if it doesn't work in Nigeria, they'll say, oh, because Nigeria is unique. No, it means that is not the problem. That part is not the problem. If something is working somewhere else and you see that it's similar to that of Nigeria, yes, that thing is not the problem. It's like when you have a headache and you know Panadol cures headache, but you take Panadol, it doesn't work for you. Don't say you are unique. No, you are, because your system, the headache is not your problem. Something else is causing your headache. And that's why I really wish our people did more of that than always doubling down. It's just something unique about it that is so bad. It's our diversity, it's our religious division, it's our national cohesion. No, keep drifting. Just ask yourself,
No, they're right.
because that division is
They're
failing
right
in
too,
other.
Niger.
But
They're right.
they are not right because
They're
other
right.
nations
Because I
have
said
them.
it at the beginning of my conversation. I said it is the people.
Yeah, but
They're right.
it's not their diversity that caused the people to be like that. You see, because other people have diversity. That's my point. If other people have the same the same diversity, but they are not having the same problem, that should tell you that it's not the diversity that is the only. Indonesia has more people, more diversity than we do, but you don't see them
Maybe
telling each other apart.
they couldn't find a word to use. They use diversity. I would prefer to use the word the people.
When they couldn't use the word diversity, the people is more precise because in precise because it catches a lot of things. So somebody can say, okay, if you say the people, I will say yeah, because people are not aware enough to know that okay, they need to fight for their own survival. Some other people will say, oh, because the people don't know, they are not educated. Some people say the people are corrupt. You know, that can catch a lot of other things. People will just say yes to that. But for me, I really put it down to one specific thing. So people say it's corruption. I've seen corruption everywhere. It doesn't degrade their system. But you can't have a system like Nigeria that is bleeding 50 billion every year to a tune of more than 1 trillion in 10 years, and you think that system is going to do well. It's not going to do well. This is why we are suffering. And our people refuse to do anything to plug that gap. I don't know how else to tell people this. I really don't know. And it doesn't even cost us anything. Can you even believe that? What? Even if some people, you would think Nigerians, you see, if Nigerians were logical, they would say, if just to humor this guy, let's just agree to do this thing. God, what is going to cost us? We're not going to lose money. Because the stuff is supposed to help you make money. Because if you recruit these people, you put them in this thing, you're going to save money and you get money out of it. You're not spending money, you're making money out of the whole thing. But people won't even do that. They won't even do that because for some reason, I don't know, it's like a mental block or something. I don't know what is wrong with our people. They think, if you recruit more people, somehow it's going to make the worse. I don't understand it. I don't understand the logic behind it. I try to understand it.
I think
I don't
somebody
understand.
came in. Allow the person to speak.
Who is that? Charles Annex and Oriola Ade. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Oriola Ade, are you there? Oh, it's not there. So, what do you
Yeah,
know
I'm
the
here.
Tinubu? Okay, yeah. So, what do you make of it? You know, Netanyahu is talking about coming to bomb Nigeria now. Of course,
This is Charles, by the way.
oh, that's Charles. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He never said that to Abba.
And that's what
I thought
one
that's
man is
what is
saying
the
now.
news now.
No, it's not. He never said that. Chineke Dame. Is that
Yeah,
what you people are
and I
discussing?
was even thinking that there's no way he can do it now. Israel is not able to project
No,
his power
no,
that
no,
far.
no, no. He
In
never
fact,
said
not
that.
yet anyway. They are not able to project the power that far.
Who brought that news?
Because the Christians in America had a meeting with him, and he said he was going to work with Christians to defend their faith
No,
against
the
Islam.
thing you will understand is that to Niger, let me say, sorry, before the next person can come in. What's going on? Okay,
I think it was just background noise.
okay. Security issues are not being discussed that way. It doesn't. You don't discuss it that way. But I have said it severally here that when he made that Christmas speech, it simply means lavender is in Nigeria. And I've said this 3 months ago, and I was asked, do you get your answers from where other people don't get their information? They will not bomb Nigeria. I keep saying that. They will target them and get them out of the way, period. Nobody is going to come and start bombing Nigeria. They're not fighting Nigerians. They're fighting terrorism. And I've said this severally in this platform. America is the only country in the world that can bomb any terror group wherever they are in the world. They don't need permission from their government.
And not win.
Huh?
And not win. I said they'll bomb them and not win.
What do you mean by win?
Has America defeated any terrorist group?
No, what do you mean by win? That you go to somebody's
They
country?
will bomb
Hold
terrorist
on,
group,
hold
but
on. Let
terrorist
me
group will
finish
still
because
exist.
people keep saying this delusion that somebody will walk into your country, hammer this place, leave that country. Some of them is actually not existing. Most of the countries America entered, they are virtually not technically not existing, and you call that not a win? Come on now, you
Because
want them to do Hiroshima before you know it's a win.
no,
My
because you
child,
can't even that they didn't even win. See, my point is that if you terrorists are not killed by bombing, you can't defeat a terrorist with bombing. It never worked. It's never worked in history. If it was going to work, it would have worked in Israel, Hamas. That Israel bombed them for 2 straight years with the equivalent of 6 times Hiroshima nuclear weapon explosion.
You know what you just said?
Yes.
Let me translate what you just said.
Mhm.
Criminality cannot be stopped by penalties. Because
No,
let me
that's not
finish.
what I said.
How many, I'm trying to translate what you just said in another way. Criminality can never be stopped by jailing people, executing people, throwing people into jail. I think you are a progressive because that's
No,
what
that's not what I
progressive
said
said.
at all.
So if you, where have you been doing that criminality stopped? Let
The
me
way
tell
you stop
you,
terrorism is
terrorism, let me
obvious.
finish now. Terrorism is a way of life.
Mm.
Criminality is a way of life.
Mhm.
It's a continuous thing. So as they come, you deal with them decisively. As they come, you deal with them decisively. Who was the head of ISIS 10 years ago? Is he still the head of ISIS today? No. But as they come, you deal with them again. What is that man in Chicago? They said is the world greatest is it greatest murderer? What is his name again? I've forgotten. That lived at 63rd Street. Uh-huh. That man, they said, killed how many people in the history of mankind? Is he still existing? No, he's gone. Do people still buy people and put them in their basement? Yes. Come on now.
Mhm.
What kind of argument are you making?
But terrorism is not a crime in the sense that you are dealing with a crime. It's a kind of war, an insurgency war that you're fighting against extremist groups. It's not like a criminal offense that one person commits and goes on. But if you wanted to deal with it, as a matter of fact, even if you look at let's say Jeffrey Dahmer or Manson, if you want to deal with all those mass murderers within societies, guess what? Police everywhere, isn't it? You have police everywhere. You call police, they show up because they are all around you. It's not because America is just going around, police officers are just going around shooting people on the street like the way people want to bomb, or Israel wants to bomb, or America wants to bomb. Bombing never worked. The only time it works is when they take over territory. Today, the example is right there on the ground. Like if you look at Gaza today, the area Hamas cannot operate is where Israel has put its soldiers. If you take over the space, where are they going to operate from? Where are they going to come out from? Because the moment they come out, Israeli soldiers are behind them, in front of them, inside of them, everywhere. Before you know it, they'll be surrounded. As a matter of fact, there are many cases where Hamas has captured Israeli soldiers. Even after this war started, they captured them. But because where they captured the Israeli soldier was within the Israeli controlled areas, they couldn't escape with the Israeli soldiers that they captured. And they killed the Hamas. Oh, sorry. This is neutralized the Hamas. The fighters and the Israeli soldiers accordingly. So when you have people around, you can't operate as a militant or terrorist organization. That is the example that we've seen. And it is clear that you can't bomb your way into making them succeed, defeating them. They are not stupid. They are not going to sit there and just watch you kill all of them. They're just going to keep moving around. And if you don't have people there in all those
So
places, they are
Nigeria, your
moving.
kind of argument is actually funny.
But it is
I
true, though.
just told you that the criminal 10 years ago are no longer existing. They have
But
dealt with them decisively.
the organization
Hold
remains.
on now, hold on. The terrorists 10 years ago, they be wiped out. That's why when it come to Nigeria, I keep making this comment. I said, chasing the ragtag that come to Nigeria, smelling idiots that run around Nigeria, shooting and killing people is not actually the problem. The problem is what I'm saying and they're going to do is to use it as they're walking out from their houses. You wire them. Those are the people who who sponsor them.
The problem is the
And that
sponsors.
is just a second, please. Sorry. And that is what Israel did to make Iran and his conglomerates weak. You wire their avenues of sponsorship, their intellect, their avenues of their weaponry. By the time you finish it, they are weak. Period. But saying that, hey, all the terrorists in the world, you can kill all of them and stop terrorism, it's not going to happen. It's just like saying all the criminals in the world, we are going to kill all of them and stop criminality. Come on now.
No, that's not what they are saying. You're going to stop them from operating in certain areas and disrupting society. So, but America
You
is
cannot
not going to
stop them
stop.
from operating and you cannot stop them from destroying the society.
Um,
But as they come, you deal with them decisively. Period. Just as you deal with
Israel,
ordinary common criminal in the street. Period.
let me
And
give you an
listen,
example.
for your information, Israel did not tell you that they want to stop fighting. I don't know where you got that one from. Israel never told you they
They
want to
will
fight.
never,
It's
they
their
see,
way of life.
they're not going to be able to destroy Hamas
It's their
completely.
way of life. So know that and no peace.
See, let me explain. See, Egypt used to have terrorist problem. I'm sure you've heard of the attacks in tourist sites in Egypt. They've been experiencing that, and Algeria had the same problem in the 90s, early 2000s. But when the ability decided to stock in and deal with the issue, it was basically the numbers. They denied them space, and then they were not able to operate anymore. I think it's quite evident now, self-evident. If you have police everywhere, where is the chance to go and steal? It's just self-evident. It's not like rocket science to believe that kind of situation. Nobody's saying that terrorists are not being killed. They are being killed left and right, and they are losing their leaders left and right. But the organization remains. If you want to kill cockroach in your house and you spray one, then you get 20. What is the point? That method is not working. You want to make
A
sure
lot
you
of these
clear.
terrorists are also foreign government sponsored, by the way.
We
They're
know
not. They
that.
don't just.
We know that. Maybe that's why they
So
don't die. Maybe that's why they're always around, because America confessed to it
yeah,
earlier
because
on.
they use them to topple governments. ISIS was a creation of was basically a creation of the West to topple Assad's government during the Arab Spring. They were funded and paid off by the Western government. So, like, my own question is why these terrorist cells happen in certain areas? You don't find those kind of cells in the West or wherever. They happen in areas where there's something to gain in terms of toppling governments that are not like pro-West,
Yes,
either
often the
in the
oil issue, all those sort of things is what they tend to.
exactly. If in the Middle East, if they are more pro-Russia aligned to China or whatever, then you see terrorists there. If it's in Nigeria, that is maybe Tinubu's government is not tagging along with American foreign policy or whatever, we find terrorists there and stuff
Where
like that.
did you get that there is no terror? Haven't terrorists been attacking Russia? Where are you getting your
Which
information
Russia?
from? Come
Russia.
on, man.
Those are all foreign sponsored now. Are they in good terms? That's the
So
thing. That
if
no,
they are foreign sponsored, they're no longer terrorists. How about
no, they're
okay?
not
Let me
terrorists.
ask. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
I won't classify them as terrorists. Though.
Let's think. So if let's assume Hezbollah hit Israel, Hezbollah is not foreign sponsored, right? No wonder.
Hezbollah is funded by what's his name, Iran, isn't it? So, but America funds many of these terrorist
So
organizations.
Iran is not a foreign country to Israel.
Yes, Iran is a foreign country to Israel.
So why did I say that in Russia the terrorists hammer them? You say it's sponsored by foreign
What terrorists? What are the terrorists that hammer Russia, sir?
Go and find out now. Why you
Answer me now. You're the one that came up with the allegations that terrorists.
I said something to avoid argument. When somebody say Russia has had terrorist attack, to avoid the argument of which Russia, you have systems to check it. Why don't you look it up?
You are the one coming up with a claim. Why can't you back it up with evidence?
If you are not
the one coming up with the claim, you back it up with evidence. Don't tell me to go and do research now.
When you know where to shake me up.
Why should I?
Now,
you're the one coming up with the claim. I say, show me proof now.
Hold on.
At least name the terrorist
groups.
Hold on,
let me clear something. If I say something that you are not too sure I'm correct, you need an evidence.
Give me the terrorist groups in Russia is what I'm asking of you.
Come on now, calm down. Don't make it.
The Chechenian militant, Chechenian organization.
Don't please, to Niger, don't do that for him. I said.
So was it that hard? Why can't you say it yourself? Was it that hard?
Please.
We're not in school now. You give me. If you are defending yourself, you give me facts and figures.
I said something.
You don't tell me to go and check.
If you don't believe me, even if I give you the fact, you won't believe me. So go get the fact yourself.
No,
so that
that's wrong. That's not how to debate.
That's
you don't
the way
tell me
I
to go and get facts myself. If you are putting up a reasonable argument, you bring up facts and figures. You don't tell me to go get facts myself.
With you.
No one's a kid here.
I don't debate with somebody. I can never debate with somebody that doesn't know that terrorism have been hammering Russia.
I'm telling you to give me the group's names, madam.
Why would I debate with you?
Why can't you? Are you above me or what? Why can't you debate with me?
Russia. I have
why can't you debate with me?
Russia, though. It has stopped in Russia. The terrorism is not happening anymore for a long time now in Russia. Russia has taken control over the Chechenian area now, so it's not happening anymore. But Adita, you know that almost all the major terrorist groups, at one point or the other, America has worked with them. From Al-Qaeda, ISIS in Syria now, it turns out America works with them. Israel is known to be treating ISIS militants in Israel. They fly them to Israel to go and treat them and bring them back to the battlefield because they are against Assad. So these are things, and we also know that the so-called Dubai, Qatar, many of these nations are funding the militant groups in the Sahel. And at the same time, America is an ally to these countries. So you begin to wonder, what is going on here? Are we all being set up here? Where these countries pretend as if they are adversaries. But in the end,
Niger, you just made a comment now. You said terrorism has not been attacking Russia in recent time.
Yes.
Really? Can
Yeah.
you check it up for me?
Yeah. Let me check now.
Go ahead.
Terrorist attack. He said no.
Nah, I don't even know why I
Oh
come
my
here
God.
to
Let
be
me check it
arguing,
now.
doing
This
rumbo,
one is saying go and
rumbo,
check it
rumbo,
now.
rumbo.
I will check it now because I've not heard of any terrorist attack in the last 3 years in Russia. Terrorist attack
Fellow Nigeria.
in Russia. It's so slow. Let's see. Ukrainian drone attacked Russia.
I bet when
Ask
you finish,
whatever you are checking. Ask
let us
the
talk
thing.
about
The
this.
last time terrorists attacked Russia and how many
Okay,
people
let
we
me find
killed.
out. Yeah.
So when you are done, let us talk about this your governance that is linked to terrorism, because I would really like a situation whereby a sitting governor with immunity can just be sent to the prison, because
Why would they send them to prison instead of buying them? Why wouldn't you use lavender and slice off his throat? Why would you send him to prison?
well, may we start decently now, so that we no go give some people chance, because if that guy is truly linked, because I've seen some Nigerians now. I don't know what our people want. Immediately that guy is linked to terrorism financing, because his finance commissioner has been picked up already. So we see Nigeria now start saying the man uttered a statement that the person they link him to is dining and whining with APC. I don't know our problem at all in that country. Even because Bala said that the person that they link him with is dialing with APC. Does that remove the fact that this guy is financing terrorism? Why can't we deal with those people that we can deal with, instead of we pick this one, but where about thousands walking around? What's wrong with us, for goodness sake? Understand? Sometimes we want progress on a page. We want progress. When you move to another, when we move to another page, everything we are talking is something that is against the progress.
Niger.
Yeah, I can see the one for 2024.
Okay.
That's ISIS,
March.
Jerry,
So
and it was after
How
the
many
Ukraine
people
war.
died?
Wasn't that during the Ukraine war? That was CIA
And
sponsored, Jerry.
excuse me, that wasn't a terrorist attack, right?
That's 2024. They said
I
During
asked
the
you a
2024.
question.
Ukraine war.
That
It's a
wasn't a
terrorist attack,
terrorist
of course.
attack.
It's a terrorist attack, of course.
Okay, so you people
I mean,
said
serious one for that matter.
you said a terrorist attack that killed over 100 people is in
Yes.
2024 March. Is
Yes.
not in recent time.
Yes.
Okay,
And did
make
they
I
make it
leave
out
on
alive?
Amuna they talk.
Hold on. Did they make it out alive? They didn't make it out alive.
You,
And
you don't talk. Are we talking about terrorists attacking and coming out alive, or
yes,
terrorists
because
attacking place? Which?
see, we are
But
talking
I
from the
was the one that argued with you
okay.
here that as they come, they're being dealt with consequent. They were being dealt with. Another set will come, they will be dealt with. You said that they cannot wipe out terrorism. I said, no, there is no way they can wipe out terrorism, because it's like a criminality. You don't wipe it out.
Okay. Now, let me explain my own point where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is Nigerian terrorists, they will operate, go away, I come back, operate again, go away.
Where did you get that one from?
Because they
No,
kidnap.
hold on. Where
I mean,
did
not
you
be,
get that they don't buy them?
and they buy some of them, but not most of
I
them.
think you can see.
But hold on, are we in a parallel universe here where they kidnap people and bring them back, and kidnap more people and bring them back, kidnap more people? Are they catching all those people that are kidnapped? All those people? They're not catching them clearly. You know that. So my point is that compared to
Let me ask you a
what you're saying,
question.
let me finish the point because this is very important. It's the same thing as criminal fighting in the West here. When there is a criminal action or a terrorist attack, they are neutralized often in that event. That is different in Nigeria. And because of that, it's limited to maybe 1 or 2 a year or even less. Sometimes there are years ago that goes by, no terrorism occurs. But that's not the case in Nigeria. It is rampant in Nigeria. That's the difference. You can make your point now because I've answered I made my point already.
I asked you a question. I wanted to ask you a question. The head of Boko Haram, from the day they started, is he still the head?
No.
Good. The head of ISAWAP, is he still the head?
No.
So we are still saying what I'm saying in a different way. They deal with them as they come. And if you think it's only that head that was pied, then the joke is on you. He left with some
I'm
of
never
his
argued
group.
whether they deal with them as
Hold
they
on.
come.
It is like criminality. You can't eradicate it. It's like criminality. So the
But you can
world
reduce their
just,
ability to operate.
oh my goodness. The
I can't
world,
understand why you cannot see that.
the world will embracing them the way they embrace, or the right embrace is a wrong word. The world is treating them the way they treat criminality, because terrorism is part of criminality anyway. So that's the same way they're doing it. They want their cash, they deal with that one, and that one goes off. Another one will come, they deal with it. It cannot be eradicated because it's criminality. Come on
Yeah,
now.
but okay, hold on. One criminal, if you have one robbery in a town versus 20 robbery, what is the difference? Are they not all criminality? Are you going to say, 1 versus 20, no difference? There's a big difference. You have to reduce that 20 to 1.
It depends on your capacity and capability now.
And we
There
have
are
the
some people,
capacity,
hold
but we are
on.
refusing to do it.
There are some people who have the capacity, like El Salvador. That doesn't mean that criminality does not still exist in El Salvador. But he has the capacity and capability to reduce it to 80-20. Okay? It's not everybody that has the capacity and capability. Israel too has the capacity of wiring them anyhow, anywhere, anytime, any place. So it depends on your capacity. That doesn't mean you will eradicate it. The important thing I
My
want you to
argument
let,
is that we
hold
have the
on.
capability, but we refuse to use it.
Listen, the only thing I want to make clear to you is that it is like criminality, and every country, every people, every nation, every group, every time is handling it the way they can. But the word eradication does not exist in that area.
Yeah, but in the case of terrorism, they are not reducing in size; they are increasing, and as a matter of fact, they are spreading. So that there's a difference. You see, like I said, the
Are
numbers
you
are not
removing
reducing.
terrorism from criminality?
No, I'm not. But
So criminality is increasing in the world now. Come
the
on
number
now.
of Al
It's
Qaeda
not reducing.
terrorists have not
But that
reduced.
doesn't mean they're not dealing with them.
But the deal, okay, America is not being attacked easy. They are not being attacked directly, and most European countries are not being attacked. And even when they are attacked, those terrorists have to operate very quickly because they know that their time is short. But in Nigeria, they can operate for hours. They happen far more often, and we have the solution for it. And that is my argument. Any other thing is not my argument.
Nigeria, to Nigeria. The thing is as long as you keep having growth in population, criminality will keep increasing, and terrorism is a form of criminality. So for those American and European people that I've just mentioned, they were exposed to this thing probably earlier than us. And not only that, they have a system that fights. That fight. That's why you don't get to hear
What
about
basis
all
do you
those things.
have to say increasing population increases criminality?
Where you may you may not okay. The thing is this. I don't know how to put into the proper perspective, but look at it this way: when you have 12 disciples following Jesus Christ, but you have a criminal there, then divide the entire global population by 12. So for just simple statistical take, you understand. So what we are saying is this: as long as we keep increasing in population and those areas get increasing in population, when you look at the basic welfare, the basic things you need in life, they don't have it. And coupled with the fact that people take advantage of them to indoctrinate them wrongly, so you are likely going to have criminality, festering. So I like the America and all those America and those European Union you are talking about, they are not necessarily the benchmark, even though they have their own form of criminality. For example, now gun violence in United States of America. Oh my goodness, when you put it side by side, the terrorism going on in Nigeria. So maybe the only difference will be say, okay, they are not targeted. So you cannot really say, okay, these people, they really want to wipe out some group of people. But does it stop that fatality coming from gun violence? No. But in case of Nigeria, it's targeted. They have a particular purpose they want to achieve. So criminality will take different form or the other in different environments. So criminality is huge in the in the United States. Then when you go to, I think I want to believe you live in Europe, but probably in the UK or wherever you are there, knife is your own form of criminality. If you see the statistics about the knife involvement, knife crime in the United Kingdom, you don't want to give those people like a gun like America, because if they have gun like America, they will be statistically they will be at par with what is happening in America, even though America is with a bigger population. So criminality is the form of criminality exposed to Nigeria and some other state is what you are saying in form of terrorism. So
Why do we think that population has anything to do with that? Because Chinese population was growing when they became all they accomplished all the from nuclear to economic change and everything. The population was growing massively. They didn't change anything. So this is what I mean by deductive reasoning. If we find something we have within our society somewhere else and it didn't debilitate them, then that is not your problem.
okay, no, the thing is this. Even when because I know you want to talk about that, we are productive enough that will automatically eliminate terrorism. See, it's not always like that 100%, because number one, you are not even going to get everybody anyway out of poverty. You are not going to get everybody to live very well. So some people, irrespective of how you provide for them, how you develop them, you will still have those criminals within your society. So, but now that population, why you say why will population increase insecurity? I believe you're a science student. You see this conservation of energy. You understand? So, and the principle that there's no vacuum in this life. So the thing is this: every human being is a potential criminal. But you see, criminal, they don't just become criminal just because they want to become criminal. There's a goal they have goal and objectives, you understand? So in most cases, it's survivor. That survivor can be ideology. It can be like something like maybe physical, like, okay, let me just welfare, let me just eat and be okay, right? So if you have someone with such potential, and that potential, they are unable to convert it to something positive, something that the society already legalized as positive, then they are bound to convert it to something negative. And those something negative too, you have people that their trademark is to thrive using indoctrination to manipulate people for their own purpose. So once they fall in the hand of those people because of the vacuum created, so you are going to have criminality irrespective of the well-being of your country. I don't know if you understand
I think this idea that criminality is because of poverty, I guess maybe relative poverty, I'm not exactly sure. it may have something to do with the cultural thing, because like in the UK now, I gather that 33% of men have got criminal record. There's 1 million criminal convictions each year in the UK. If you have that kind of high criminal conviction in such a rich country, what does that tell you? It's like I ask myself, maybe you can look into the fact that the type of crime that is being committed may not be like, petty theft. I guess they do petty theft too. Like they do petty theft, and most of those people are not even convicted for criminal offense in terms of shoplifting and all the rest of it. So, what are the crimes that most of these 1 million are committing? Some of them is driving offense. Some of them is domestic stuff. Some of them so maybe the nature of the crime will be different, but it doesn't mean that there's no criminal behavior in the West too. You see what I mean? So, and a large amount of people are getting convicted every year for criminal offenses. So, for me, the take, believe in me, I've looked at this thing in so many different ways. In the end, what it comes down to is that we need to strengthen our nations, and if we don't strengthen it, nothing's going to work. And I know we are not going to do it until we see Pepe.
See,
and until we see
I
Pepe,
don't
we are
want
not going to do it.
I don't want us to reduce criminality to all those petty things like not petty really, like maybe traffic driving offense, maybe you overspeed, shoplifting. You see, we are talking of a situation of terrorism. We are using terrorism as a study case now. That's what we are talking about. See, when we say poverty, you see, and the output here is terrorism as a crime, right? Now, it's not only one input. So there are a lot of input, but you want to see which of the input is most significant in this situation. You understand? So now, when you do this thing statistically, if you put like 100 people that are way to drill down, would they prefer to go to nightclub and go and enjoy themselves, have fun with ladies there, and come back the following day, repeat the same thing? You understand? Now, because they are way to do. Now, are they likely, you understand, to be indoctrinated by someone to live such kind of way of life and start going ahead and be buying people, so that and then create some kind of loss of peace of mind for themselves? They are not likely to do that, because already they are doing well already, and they want to enjoy life, they want to travel, they want to go on holiday, they are okay. But now look at that situation. Some people that maybe they don't have they don't have access to
I
basic
understand the point you are
education.
making, that they're more likely to be susceptible to being recruited into like terrorist organization or banditry, and some of all these militant.
And any criminal organization. So
Yeah.
it depends on what is
Yeah, but they're
reigning
also
within your
more likely to be
vicinity.
recruited into the security forces, into productive roles that the government refused to do. And the people, by the way, not just the government, the people refuse to push for. They would rather. Now, the other day I was in a conversation where people are talking about how university students in Onisha and somewhere in the southeast are so much into cults now, and I don't think it's only that area. It's almost ubiquitous in the south of Nigeria now. Many of them are into cults, but you won't when you tell Nigerians, okay, why don't you just put this into military service like Israel does? Many of us would be here praising Israel, but when you tell Nigerians to do it, oh no, why would you do it? Well, me, my children going to the military, God forbid. The way we behave is what's causing our
Anyway,
problem.
that example you gave might not necessarily be the best of what you wanted to.
It's a good one now.
People,
Yeah.
just because
Bandits
some
versus
people,
military.
just because some people are jobless does not make them fit for the military. You understand? Except you are in the state of war that you just need every dick and every
No,
Tom and
everybody
Harry.
can see. What? Okay, are
Come
you
and
telling
get.
me that all Israelis are fit for military, but they go and do military service?
No, just hold on now. I'm telling you that if you are, the Israel, the Israel, they are always in the war situation, and that's what I'm saying. That we
Yeah, but
don't
not
necessarily
everybody.
need.
Your argument was about fitness. I'm saying
That's
not
what I'm.
everybody
Hold
has to
on,
be fit.
because you didn't pay attention. I said those people that you think they should just recruit. You understand? Just because they don't have job, they may not necessarily be fit for the situation, except when the country is in a situation of war, where they need
So,
every Tom and Jerry
so
to join the military.
okay, when they need
That's
every Tom and Jerry. So why don't
so,
you just pretend as if you
but
need
when
Tom and Jerry
wait
for
now,
that?
but when we are not in that situation,
You would
we
rather they go
want
and join
to.
the secret societies.
No, are you telling me that the military is the only trade in the entire world?
There's police, there's
So
secret service, there's so many other things you can send them
I
to.
know. So okay, what about being an automobile mechanic? What about being electricians? What about being a builder? What
Okay,
about
now
being
let
farmer?
me let me ask you. So are you telling me if you are a president of Nigeria right now, you have the option of give them automobile, builder, and all the rest? They give you 2 million young Nigerians. What you are going to put them into automobile builders and everything instead of put them into the security forces?
See, one big mistake we are making is this: when you start, when you start doing such kind of recruitment, you have to balance a lot of things. So, will you keep recruiting people when there are no economic activities to back your recruitment up? So, you want to balance
But
the economy
hold on,
properly.
hold on. Then now let me just highlight this point. There is economic activity to back it up. Nigeria is losing almost $50 billion every year due to insecurity.
Almost what?
Almost $50 billion every year due to insecurity.
So, how did you get that?
I've done the calculation. You want me to read it to you? And then we've lost
I know.
more than 1 trillion.
I just want to be very
Let me
sure
see. I can
you
put
are
the
not stealing
information.
my content. I want to be
Look
very
at
sure.
that.
Say
Look
when
at
you
this.
are
Look
doing
at this.
something,
What's
if you are stealing my content, just cite
Oh
it.
my God!
No,
Don't start again now. Don't
it's not
start
funny.
again.
No,
don't,
it's not funny. You know,
don't
I
start.
told you, when I
What
was
is
trying to
wrong with
justify
you?
why we must build fence. I know I
Easy
was
now. Don't
justifying why
start
we
again
build
now.
fence. So, no, I mentioned
Wow,
$15
I did that
billion.
calculation long time ago. You can't even
Wait,
come on, man.
wait, wait,
Years
wait,
have been
wait.
doing this. What is wrong with you?
I show my document, and I said, okay, I place the value of what we are listening to $15 billion. And you are being
Yours is
careful by
15. I'm
half.
telling you 50. Yours is
Hold on
the
now. And you are
15.
being careful by half. And you now change the 15 to 50. That's
No,
why
I've been
I
saying
asked you.
50 for a long time. I knew that figure for a long time.
You will have to show the evidence. So please go
A
ahead.
charity first released that figure. Then I separately did the analysis myself, and the extrapolation was still similar. Let me see if I can pull that. This was based on AI gathering information and everything. A charity in Africa did that analysis at sometime in before 2020. They came up with that figure, and I thought it was a joke until I did the analysis again directly myself, just to confirm. So this is some serious stuff. Nigeria is spending over almost $50 billion every year in insecurity. That's what we are doing. We may not like
That's
it.
not true.
That's exactly what we are spending.
No,
See,
that's not true.
you know the
That's not
beauty of
true.
it. The statement I just made just now that Nigeria is spending $50 billion on insecurity is a statement that was made by an AI, literally
That is not.
based on its own this analysis.
AI depends on what all the jargons people are posting
No,
on.
I don't
That's why
give
we have
jargon.
veracity.
I never give leading question, and this is not your standard. You see, it's not just one, multiple different AIs. You ask a agnostic question, let them do their calculation. Now, let me do the summary of what it says here. I will read the terms he used to describe our this thing, insecurity situation. What he said. Let me see if I can pull that up quickly. Okay, it says let's see. It says yeah. Where is that now? Okay, I created an interactive this thing. Okay, that's the map area. Okay, Nigeria is spending $40 to $50 billion per year on insecurity through lost economic activity, stolen oil, displaced population, destroyed infrastructure, and diverted government resources. The proposed outpost program, because I proposed an outpost program to be able to secure the country. So the proposed outpost program costs about 7.15 billion US dollars in 1 year, and subsequently to be costing $2.7 billion annually. But it will reduce security insecurity incidents by more than 80%. So you can see that there are ways to deal with this thing that is actually cheaper than what it is costing us by long shot. But our politicians are not doing it. Our people are not even advocating for it. Even you are opposing me. Everybody's opposing it. I don't understand it. I try to understand why we do these things that we do.
No, I am not opposing, because you see that day when I show you my own documents, you understand. I don't know whether you were in that, but that backstage with us that time, it was a 23-page document. You understand. that I put there. I even broke that into series. So what I'm telling you is this. Just by saying, okay, you will go and recruit people that will solve the problem of insecurity. The question is this: you have to tackle what's that thing that is pushing people into security threats. You understand? You want to start by
Poverty is
using
one of them now.
So when you say poverty, that part of poverty is where you have
and you're going to be saving the country billions of dollars every year. That's why it's
human
good.
development, low human development index. So that was why I'm now saying that everybody will not be military. So some people will have to acquire skill as carpenters.
No. I just said 2 million. Nigeria has almost 250 million.
Hold on. I'm just because that's what I'm saying. You have to vary it. Okay, some of us, because of our skill, when we probably will look at Nigeria, things are not going on very well. Okay, Canada is doing federal skill workers, United Kingdom is doing HSM, then different people. Because of the level of our skill, we are able to move to that place. You understand? That's how strong skill can be now. You are even moving from the economy that you perceive as being low compared to your skill, you are moving to higher one. Then now look at it from those people that lack zero skill. And you now set them to say, okay, someone that's some people they don't even know how to be carpenter. Some people they don't even know how to be potter. People they call potter alabaru.
Do you know that the military is one of the best places to get training? It's one of the best place to build something. You see,
I don't want to. What I'm telling you is this: I don't want you to just be monolithic in your approach. You are only focusing on one aspect. You understand? I'm telling you, okay. As you speak
and I'm
today,
worried. My question should be: why are you not focusing on it? That's the question. Because you don't understand that is so vital to your nation's national welfare.
No. Because it has to be by choice. It has to be by choice.
Okay, so are you against national service, national military service for everybody graduating from university and higher institutions?
No, that's totally another thing you are talking about. Okay, what about to say, okay, national service, and you force these people to do? Even we are not even talking about.
You're not going to force them. You're going to encourage them to join the military from there.
Hold on. We are not even talking about graduates now. We are even talking of those people that from the beginning, when they were born, they just hand them to one afar to be teaching them how to read the Quran.
No, I'm talking about graduates, university leavers, college, high school leavers, college leavers, all those vocational course leavers.
How many graduates are into terrorism in Nigeria?
Instead of NYSC, let them go and do military service.
Okay, I agree for that. That's not even a big deal. You understand? But how many graduates are bandits? How many graduates are terrorists that are putting a bomb on the body to go and detonate where innocent people are?
The idea is that I know there are not that many. There are very, very few. And the ones that are graduates are the ones probably controlling the ones that are not.
There are many. If we are to analyze it.
Okay. Proof
I don't know about that though. I don't know how many graduates are going to be bothered with banditry.
How many?
Wait. With the findings so far. With the findings.
Point to the findings. So I don't want broad statement.
Where did you get findings from?
That's a generic and very indicting statement.
You hold on a moment. From the findings, when it comes to leaders of the nation, they said politicians, high level people are involved, and these people are all graduate. So you cannot separate education from this behavior because people are sponsoring them. So both the graduate and all they are involved. It has nothing to do with education.
No, see, Midwest. Don't do this. Tell me the university that Bello Turuji attended, the one that Shekarau attended. I want to say, just say you have to be factual in whatever you are saying. And tell me how many. Okay, tell me how many people graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University, from University of Lagos, since they've been doing now that. Maybe from which school did Netanyahu go to? Maybe Uniben or whatever. See,
you are looking at it from different angles from my own.
Midwest, hold on. If you want to talk of Pantami, hold on. If you want to talk of Pantami, you understand that they own their manipulation. I'm talking of these bandits. I'm talking
Wait,
of these
hold on,
bandits and these
hold on
Boko
a
Haram that
moment.
are living inside the bush,
You hold on,
inside the bush, inside the
you
forest.
hold on a moment. Those who are supplying them, those who are coordinating them, they are the real bandits, not even those guys who are victims. Because you cannot separate education by saying, oh, these guys are just illiterate, that's why they can recruit them. What of you that is educated? What you profile position? Okay, look at what happened in your state the first day of this year, whether Ogun State or something like that. No, Ondo State, Abi, if I'm not mistaken. The blow of a police. Okay, in that country, Rebadu was indicted of giving AK to people. Up to today, he has not been arrested. So does he have that power?
Guy, you are shifting.
Yeah,
That's
you
not what we're
cannot
talking
do.
about.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it from different angle. You can continue. I don't want to distract you because you both of you can continue like that. So
That's
maybe
not what we are
education
talking
will happen.
about.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not
For
what we
me,
are
that,
talking about. Oh,
that
okay,
is my
Midwest.
greatest concern.
The thing is this: can you approach me for banditry? Can you? So
The
that
reason is
thing,
it depends. Wait. It depends on your own ideology. Okay, let me give you another. Look at international space, for example. All these Bin Laden, all these guys that were together with all these Akada data, they were all learned people, highly educated in foreign countries for that
Midwest.
matter.
That's another level. We see. This is what I say. You know, when we talk
Are they,
of
it's ideology. No
when
matter
we
your,
talk of
wait,
hold
hold
on.
on a moment. No matter your level of education, it is something of ideology. You see the problem now. It doesn't care whether you are educated. As far as you can reason in that line, the people will accept it immediately.
Okay,
That's
just
my
hold
own
on.
conviction.
I know you've changed the dynamics of this point totally. The question is this: can Shekarau or the person that is being accused of financing terrorism in Nigeria and is a Bala, the Bauchi State governor, can Shekarau or Bala can any of them approach you for the purpose of terrorism and you will listen to them? Let me start with. And then I will ask the next question. Will you listen to them?
Don't have the reason why I cannot listen to them is not my level of education. I don't have their own ideology. You see the problem now. People who are educated than me can fall a victim if they share the same ideology. That is the problem.
I totally get where you are going to. Like maybe you are talking like people like Gumi and people like all those people that are apologists of terrorist apologists. They are sympathizer. Those are not the kind of thing. You see, let me tell you one thing. Those people, they are just political bandits. They want to stay in power. They are not in the bush, but they are in the power where they use that into them. We were talking of those the troop, the troop soldiers, the foot soldiers that are in the forest and in the bush that are perpetrating this criminality. Why is it that they are easily recruited? Okay. Now, there's this guy that goes to the major ghetto and dangerous area in Lagos that has been doing some kind of thing. You will see people that engage in criminality, that they've been staying on that beach, one ghetto slum or the other. Even those criminals, are those in quotes, those even dangerous people, they are even saying, if you can give us money now to open Baba shop, if you can give this some money to start doing business, they still know that if they have business, they don't want to go back into such kind of life. What does that tell you? If someone that have been to jail like 2 or 3 times that still go back into that criminality, is telling you that Nigeria should help them. If I can have Okada now, I can be doing all this. So even criminals even know that if you provide them the basic thing, they
think
don't
you
want
are
to go.
over. I think we always try to oversimplify this when we say, "Oh, it's criminal behavior. Criminality is the reason why people go into terrorism."
No, you are not getting it. No, that's not even the basis. You understand? That's just the symptom of it. I'm telling you that from the beginning, when you give some people the basic skills, because when they talk of education, it's not only education, is only about reading and writing only, but part of it is skills. That's why I mentioned carpentry, I mentioned becoming a bricklayer, and all those auto mechanics. That's the basis. You understand? So you and I know that if there is economic meltdown now, even where you and myself live now, the next thing within a month we see that that burglary, you understand, and all those petty stealing and some crime will increase, even within the society, within the Western country where we live.
You see,
Anytime there's a
but
recession,
this type of stuff that you are saying now, it make me concerned that there's something about all that lack ambition. There's truly something like, do you know? I don't know whether you've heard of this case where there's this guy they call Speedy in America. He came to Africa. He was traveling around the world. Mainly, I think he went to China, went to Europe. Europeans were very racist towards him because he's Black American. And he came to Africa. Everybody was rejoicing to see him. In Angola, they were praising him and all the rest. Then he went to this place where they were driving cars. All these sports cars people would like to use for sports in Africa. They do all this racing kind of stuff. So he went there, and what I noticed was that when he went there, this was Angola. He went there and he was talking to the guy that were driving the car. Suddenly, they were not black anymore. The moment you see where the experts are when it comes to actual technical stuff, they're not black anymore. It's now a woman again. So it's like there's something about us that just lacks this aspiration to grow, do anything tangible. It's like as if we are scared. It's really
The thing
strange.
is,
Everywhere you go, you see the pattern repeat itself over and over again.
Yeah, to Nadia, let me come in there a little bit. This the question you just raised is a very, very fundamental issue, because we as a Black people, with the kind of education they design for, particularly the Black race in Africa, I'm not talking about North Africa, they make us to believe in theory. After your degree, you wear your suit and then you command people. Then when it comes to the actual job, the professionals are not we, it's the masters. You get a problem now. That's why we cannot move forward. You just raise a very fundamental question. When it comes to that practical aspect, everything will change.
We are not there. We are not there. We are nowhere to be seen.
We don't even invest on it. That's the problem. How many professors in Nigeria are today in research for what I call problem solving research? All of them is for academic, for self-glorification. When you then that degree, oh, I'm doctor this, doctor that. But yeah, where there are professors who are already in their houses, some are even retired. The government will still invite them because of critical issue. They put them again to the university, and they are all paying them there, cracking their brain to see and say, to come out with something to say, look, in the nearest future, 10 years, when we have this problem, this is the way we have to approach it. If A, B, Z to C or D is like this, we must follow this path. I don't know whether you understand. This is a problem, real problem.
We are not
like
in
our
cutting edge in everything, anything.
We are into this boundary tree for 14 years. All those criminology professors, have we invited them and say, go to Uniben, go to Ekpoma, go to University
Midwest? A question for you.
Yeah.
Do you believe there is a correlation between education and criminality?
This your question is very broad, because I don't understand where you want.
It's not broad. Do you believe there's a correlation?
There is some correlation. Generally, educated people tend to go on to live more, standard lifestyle than criminal lifestyle. And
I believe the taste of
I'm
the
not
society.
even sure.
I believe the desire, or maybe the taste, I don't know how to put, the structure of the society has a correlation with criminality. Take, for example, where I live today, most of the big guys they have that really have the money, you don't know them. They don't exaggerate. They just think investment. So it affects the next generation, no matter the level of their education. But
no, Midwest, these people didn't just start today. Hold on. Bible, Bible, you may not like it, but there are some kind of thing you can connect to a civilization within the Bible. Go to that verse that say people perish because they lack knowledge. Perish this time around, don't take it as a literal that, okay, maybe you understand what I mean. Now, look at the emphasis on knowledge there. You understand? the more knowledge you have, the less likely people people are likely to perish, because the knowledge create awareness for you, and it creates survivor instinct for you to survive. So when we talk of education, you understand there is a negative correlation between education and crime. The
No,
educated
I
people
don't
are
agree.
more likely to run away from crime than
No.
uneducated people.
Okay.
How about the
So
crimes that are committed in the
Ola, wait.
office or in
Ola,
the
hold on a
informal
moment.
structure?
Ola, I beg, I want to
I
remind
say
of
they are
Ola,
more
hold
likely.
on.
You understand?
Ola,
You
hold on.
understand? Don't talk of
No.
outliers now.
Ola, hold on a moment. Let's take it to our country, because that's why I say the social life, the
Yeah, I'm
society.
going to our country. No, you know
Now,
the reason I'm talking about this. You understand? Look at all
yeah.
those criminality about terrorism that we are talking about. You understand? Lack of education. You understand? I'm not talking of knowing how to read Quran, recite Quran. You
Ola,
understand? The education that can set you out
it's
of.
more than
No,
that. Let me
midway. I
just
don't just want us to go about theory about all this Nigeria, these are not serious, all this. That's why I say let's all really provide a solution.
You hold on a moment a little bit, because
No, because already I've listened to you saying our professor, they don't do research, they don't do all those stuff. All those guys are just generic things.
They don't do research. They do
You don't
research
even
on
have facts to
academic
back this thing up.
They don't do for problems a solution to problem, or maybe
Yeah, then who produces our lawyers, who produces our doctors, who produces our nurses, who produces. See, sometimes when we just see, I don't just appreciate all these generic things.
Let's leave that side.
As I speak today, we are not bringing lawyers. We are not bringing lawyers from the UK to come and do this.
Hold on a moment.
There's a reason why we don't have it. Hold on. There's a reason why we don't have a physicist Nobel Prize winner in any black community. There's a reason why we don't have any Nobel Prize winner in any science that we know of.
Yeah, you are being specific now. To Nigeria, you are being specific now. You are not being generic.
Of course, it's specific.
That's what I'm saying. No. See, no. To Nigeria, when you are specific, I don't have a problem. But when someone is generic and start praising Nigeria, you know, our professors, they don't do research. Have you been to University of Lagos and even look at those guys that are in the tech in University of Lagos, computer science, electrical engineering?
You misquote me.
Have you been to Communal University and see what those guys are doing there?
You are trying to misquote me. If we have people of that nature,
no, be specific. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't be generic, because I feel offended. I feel offended if you are generic.
I need to wait a moment.
Okay.
See, I use the word academic. Yes, they are there. They are there, and they can never be the best, just as this guy said. But when they move to another country, the way they will structure them, before you know it, Nigerians are taking position as a leader. Now, but back home, the way the government structures it, it's just they don't bring solution to the society. You point it to people that are illiterate. What of somebody that stood from NAPC like Desane with many degrees? Do you know the impact, the negative effect of that looting against the next generation of that country? So why are you saying academic people? The most deadly criminal you can ever imagine are knowledgeable people. Because if they do, it's going to be big, and they know how to cover it. That sometimes before you can trace it, it becomes a problem. So not this, like we are just treating the surface of our problem, because Amajiri is there, they can recruit people. Somebody destroyed their lives, because the resources that are supposed to change them has been looted by the educated ones. So I don't know if that is the aspect you are looking at. It is a different thing. Like the one you say, General.
The question is this. We are focusing on the.
Wait, Ola. You jump into things like when I talk about academic here, like what Tunaja said. We want to construct road to. They go and look at your contractor. It is when Oibo stand. That is when they believe your governor is working. Are we not having universities that are training engineers all over those states? What happened to them?
I think it's very obvious that Nigeria is not producing.
The question is this. The question is this. Why is it that an average Southerner are more likely not to commit crime than average Northerners? Now, what I mean is this. Hold on. Guy, hold on. Take okay, let me just maintain it that southern guy. You understand? We know Igbo people. We know rather than going to crime, they would rather be doing trading. They would rather be doing the trading and the apprenticeship style. You know, Yoruba people, rather than doing all those going into terrorism, they would rather go to school and look for job or establish their businesses. Then the same way Edo people, the same way Ijo have their own specialization then. So what I'm saying generally is this: when we are talking of the roles of education, is it a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence that the area where they have high level of education, that the crime rates seems to be very low compared to when they don't have that education? This is
I think
logical
that's
and it's
quite
factual.
inaccurate, actually. I think the northern part may even have less crime. What you are trying to describe is militancy or terrorism. Because if you look at the West, they do have a lot of Yahoo people. In the South, they have all kinds of other unrest. This in the South, okay, maybe they are not as heavy in the South, but the North, what is their crime? There's barely any armed robbery in the North. It's barely, they don't, it's only militancy. That's the major crime that they commit there. So it might actually be lower in the North than the South. That's why you have to sometimes look into some of all these things.
Because then you have to go back to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and check your fact very well. You understand? Because I keep saying sometimes that when you talk of this crime, we talk of this crime we talk about. You have to look at it in terms of proportion. You understand? When you mention Yahoo boy now, you understand how many in the Southwest, how many in the Southeast or the South relative to the population that you will say you will see such thing.
You
So
can say the same
No,
for the North. How many are
Ola
in
may be
militancy?
Ola, you may be right. You have to separate the kind of crime you are talking about. Look, if you want to talk Yahoo problem today to Nigeria as a crime, it is the Southerners in proportion that will be higher than that of the North. You understand? If you make comparison. Now, when you talk of recruitment of people into banditry, like terrorism, something, not the kidnapping, because the kidnapping is confusing anyway. You can say in the northern part. But when you use the word kidnapping, my own people are kidnapping their own people as well. Sometimes they pretend like Fulani. The whole thing is very complex. Your own side, your own people, locals are even involved. If it is the one that let's catch this man, collect money, they are involved.
You know this type of argument that I'm saying that is not where you all do pretend like Fulani or those stuff. See, guy, let's stop all this thing now.
Like
see,
what?
Okay. Let
Like
me
some of the people Motigun has caught, they are mostly Yoruba.
No, guy. You are downplaying that thing when you talk this way. Why didn't America fire Tomahawk to Yoruba land or to Igbo land?
America is not firing. Wait, they are not firing.
Guy. Just
see. Ola, hold on. That's why I say you have to separate it. Maybe you understand me.
You know what funny thing is this?
You are trying to hold on a moment now. Hold on. You are making the most. You are making the. You didn't understand me. You didn't understand me.
You are trying to provide solution. You are blaming the leader. They are not doing the right thing, and you are not even profiling even the thing you want to solve very well. See what you are saying? Okay, statistically now. Hold on. Statistically, the northern part of Nigeria is responsible for up to 75% of crimes in Nigeria.
I cannot see it when you start separating the crime. That's why you can say, okay, this one. Like, why do I think
Am I the one providing the data? Am I the data provider? No, Nigeria is there. Let him use his own ChatGPT to search for it.
My brother, ChatGPT is what people put in internet. That's what they are using as well.
Guy, go to Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and don't just nullify things when you just for you to this thing.
I don't. For me, I mean, I don't trust Nigeria Bureau of Statistics because most of
then so I should trust you. I should trust you just because your name is Midwest.
Your name is Midwest. I am not saying you should trust me.
No, this is what we do to show our lack of readiness to solve the problem.
See, Ola, you must separate all these things before. Why did America attack that place? Not because they carried people and say, come and bring money. Those guys are doing completely different. That is full-scale terrorism. Burning houses, buying people, chasing people away from their village. You can't explain what is in their mindset. You understand me? So you cannot just generalize altogether. There are more them. There are those who want to let me go and if I'm able to hold these people, I will get money. You understand me? There are some they just move. They are only just to go and buy people. The numbers of people they buy, they are satisfied. So it's very, very complex. And that is why they understand they have better, I can say they have better intelligence more than the country
See,
themselves. So
Midwest,
that's what they do.
Midwest.
Yeah.
I'm a data-driven person. Now, the data in front of me, I just gave the overall summary. It's categorized into terrorism, kidnapping, homicide, theft, and fraud. You understand?
Okay.
It's not as if you understand. Now, when you talk of banditry now, you see the northern part of Nigeria is leading by 70%. That's significant. When you are when you are mining data. Hold on, please. When you talk of kidnapping in the northern Nigeria, is responsible for 65% of it.
Okay.
Then when you talk of homicide, the northern Nigeria is responsible for 60% of it. But when you now talk of theft and fraud, hold on, when you now talk of theft and fraud, then the southern part of Nigeria is 60%. Now, I'm just giving you four categories. And the northern part of Nigeria is leading significantly in 3 of those 4. In 3 of those 4. Now, we are not saying, okay, when you talk of kidnapping now, we all know that kidnapping started from the south. No doubt about that. But we are talking of the current trend. And where did the kidnapping start in the south, and southeastern part of Nigeria? We know for sure. But terrorism we are talking about and banditry is majorly in the north. Even where you find those things in the south, they are mostly by the northerners, or maybe you can call them foreigners or whatever. Right. In our bush, we know that we have pocket of one Ekiti person, Ondo person, or person that collude with terrorists, with bandits to kidnap just to get money. And nobody is saying that it's not a system. But we are talking of the major thing there. So every region, every state, they have their own crime. Nobody is saying that. But I'm not saying, what we are saying is there is a correlation between level of education and criminality. It's a global belief and proven with data and facts. That's what we are saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. You see, sometimes, we move from one space when we discuss to another. The area I came in was when this guy said, look, every time when you see people gather, they want to do practical job. It comes to a point that before you know it, they're blasting. When in Africa, I'm talking about now, you don't see them there. You start seeing white people taking charge. That means something is wrong. We are not willing to say no. We are not willing to admit the fact that look,
Dangote refinery, even the person next to Dangote refinery is not in Nigeria.
Okay. And now you can see all these things we need to fix them because we have to look into the structure for our education. It will go a long way to benefit every one of us. I don't see any reason why technical college is not part of our secondary school education. Why they are not receiving the same certificate? Because in the whole of Scandinavia, it is like that. They just mix it together.
Okay, Midwest. Let me. Sorry for interrupting. Now, let me tell you this. Currently, they are probing Bauchi state governor about his involvement in terrorism, how they change their money allocated to the state and use it to pay bandits or let's say terrorists. I think EFCC and DSA they're on that case. Now, this one you cannot blame people in the university when you see in the South that they spend the money on education and some social infrastructure. But in the North, you see what they prioritize is financing Hajj, mass wedding, mass burial, and all those things like that from the same money. How do you now blame the schools for not? Who are supposed to put schools in place? At least put primary school, let primary school and secondary school even be up to standard and equip them. No, they are not using that money. But when you go to the state today, when you go to the southern part, they prioritize education, even though they are not spending enough. That's the point I'm trying to raise.
I agree with you, on that, because it's very unfortunate. You understand? Even in the south, the whole thing. If you look at it, even the south or the north, I think something is missing. We have to be honest. You see, these guys that are here, Ricardo, they have the strength, they have everything. If it is Western world, they will catch all of them into school, try to upgrade them, support them economically. Before you know it, through tax, they are getting their money back. In our case, the money just coming, whether sat or not, different way or the other. It's just the same. Looting, stealing. It's just because that we are determined to educate our children in the south. Why in the northern part, they are determined to follow their religion. That's what I see. But when it comes to leadership, they are just the same. They're sponsoring one negative thing or the other in a different mode. This is my own conviction. I don't think any of them is really happy. Because if we in the South are really, the way we describe ourselves, the way we see ourselves to be well educated, I don't think these illiterate guys will be leading us. We will not allow a structure that will allow them to be the one to be directing us. But because of the way we also, I don't know, the way we took our own levels of education, or we are blind to the future, and that's why we are following the analogy, because this problem we are into today, if really we are really educated people, we ought to have seen it that, look, at times committees are going to be like this. If we don't do A, B, C, D, or AZ. Ola, you get what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question. If you were made the governor of, let's say, one of the northern states today,
yeah,
and assuming you have all the power, you have very little resistance, what will you have done? What will you have done differently, and why?
For me, I will tell you, let us be honest. I'm not even qualified to be a governor from northern states.
No, assuming that you are qualified. Assuming that you are qualified. So let me just see your strategy.
The only number one thing that can make me, because when you now say governor, it's like if I grow up in that environment, you see it now, then I understand. Or if I don't grow up in that environment, their culture, their history, and way of life, I have the educational background and I am qualified. But if I don't know, okay, let's assume, like that question you just asked now, they have religion dimension. And how will I fix myself into that religion to make them to trust me? I don't know how I'm going to navigate that place. Must I convert to part of them? Okay, if I'm part of that, then I've solved one problem. So they can trust me. The second one now is to look at the potential of these people and see area where I can invest. Because education have to be with practical. It does not also mean only degree. Take, for example, the cattle rearer. Yeah, they are nomadic. But when you build a standard place, take, for example, when these guys were doing these things with clean hearts. When I mean clean hearts, in my days, we used to see these guys coming to our places. You have corn farm, you have cassava farm. They will parade huge number of these their cattle along the road, where side by side you have cattle and corn, and they will never enter your farm. I can testify to that. Now, if, for example, we're able to start educating them, build a place, support them economically, like what they do here, and start teaching them the practical know-how, how to do it better. Vaccination, teaching them how to read and write, to read some, some instruction, because if you give them some certain things to do, they need to follow instruction. Even when you buy a new thing, for example, you want to install in your house, you see instruction book there that have to guide you, because you were not there where they made those things. So if we were able to invest in them that way, I don't think we would have this problem today. we see these people. Okay, let's also come to the southern part. When I was growing up in Edo, the whole of the land is agriculture. People farm. But those who were educated among us make those, I can say, those who were really in those subsistence farming, they make them to look like nobody in the society. Like their skill is not something to emulate. It is now we are getting exposed that we want to go back to agriculture in mechanization. What of if those days the governors and leaders were helping them with 1 or 2 tractors and their output is increasing and they are living to some, their standard of living is up to some certain levels that we, encourage others to follow that trend. So we need to be honest. As I said before, if they make me paraventure a governor in the northern part of Nigeria, and I'm part of those people, I will know better what my people desire. Like Sanusi said, no, this Amajiri must stop because that is Sanusi. Take, for example, a pastor said that. They will not take it. But if people like Sanusi is complaining and trying to break it down for them, the consequences, if they don't change, they may listen. Or even the Amajiri, you can modernize it and let them like carpenter, furniture, electrician inside that place because they master the language, they understand it. You can bring it there. So that may also work. This is my belief.
Okay. Thank you. To Niger, if you were made a governor of one of the northern states today, what will you do differently?
It's very obvious now. You're not seeing it on my listing. Very simple. I'll transform the state to one of the most shining beacons of civilization in Nigeria. First, secure it. If the federal government is going to allow me, and then ensure law and order. Because if you will feel safe, that is the beginning of their faith in you. And then ensure that the technological revolution is infused into their Islamic curriculum in such a way that it's going to be beneficial for the people. And obviously, you have to convince them and let them know that it's not counter to their Islamic belief, that they should be able to, invent and discover and study the creation of the creator. And that is basically what science and technology is. So if you win the argument, then you're good to go. First of all, if you make them safe, it's going to help gain confidence. Enforce law and order, which is going to reduce crime. It's going to give them further confidence. And then implementing the technological revolution. Funny enough, that may be the most difficult one, because it's often contradictory to some of the religious beliefs some of these states have. So, but you can work with them, convince them that this is actually good. I can't even make a religious case for it. So there you go. But that said, that you are right about the criminal, crime rate in the north, which is, I find a bit astounding actually. I'm trying to find out what the armed banditry. Okay, they include armed banditry as part of the criminal, this is kidnapping. Okay, these are relatively recent stuff, isn't it? There was a time this was almost absent in the north, and these are relatively recent kidnappings.
There was a time that it used to be robbery when you travel through the night. Night robbery that time used to be deadly too. So in robbery, then it used to be brutal that if they check you no money, they can use knife to write on the back of the passenger that no money. It's not as these people. It's not as if they were not violent, but the violence has just changed. If you still take the violence and criminality in the north those days before terrorism, and you still put side by side the southern part. The southern part southern part has always been having lower criminality compared to the northern part of the country. So any way you want to do it, even put the statistic from the 70s to 2009. You understand? The criminality in the northern part, it always exceeds that of the southern part. Then even when you come to the south too, they say where we group this thing. When we group, I know say Midwest, like this one. When we are talking of criminality those days, you understand. When you talk of something like a robbery, highway robbery, you pick from a door. You understand? Those were known for that. Then you come out the 419 to it. Then some part of Yoruba too, we are able to pin down 419 to about particular group city. When you talk of Elisha, you talk of Adwekiti, then you talk. So it has always been like that you can actually put statistics, you can actually slice and look at the
I
particular
think they
level
are
of
saying that
criminality.
it's relatively recent, that in the 1980s and 1990s, the South generally recorded higher conventional crime. That it's relatively more recent. In the mid 2000s was when, late 1990s and mid 2000 parity,
Yeah,
different.
you know this thing changing from all those bank robbery and
Mm,
the highway robbery when they rob the lordship box down. You now change
mm.
those into kidnapping and banditry because this one they are of higher yield.
I
Because
think the
kidnap
banditry one, yeah, that's what got it high. The banditry one is the one that raised the crime rate high, really.
Yeah,
Without
because the higher no, even when there was no banditry, northern parts were always leading in some type of crime. Okay, I got your
No, they were
point.
not leading though. They were not leading. I think they said in the
I'm saying
1990s.
some certain
Okay,
crimes,
okay.
certain. No, I
Like
understand.
Pastor
No, when you
Rostri.
want to talk of that robbery, then we know robbery moved from Edo to Weri, you understand, to the
Mm,
southeastern part of the country. In fact, you cannot beat all those people when it comes to robbery, right?
yeah.
So southern parts in time of robbery, no, you will never be the southern part in time of robbery. The southern part has always been the
Ola, one thing I will tell you is that you need to aspire more for your people. We really need to stop this gradualist approach. Like, oh, let's do it slow, slow. No, go for the best all the time. Even when it's too heavy for you to say it, just say it. You'll be surprised. The person you demand it from may even value you more than you actually believe you are worth. And I feel a little bit disappointed when you go to so many corridors of power, areas where cutting edge stuff is being done. You don't see black people there because I feel like we have this thing in us that don't want to, you know, aspire. And of course we have not been put under fire to make us aspire by force. But maybe there are ways to do it without being forced. Maybe it's just a mindset change, and I would rather think that that is a cheaper price to pay than actually being forced to do it.
Well, I see the problem is this. I'm not allowed to Nigeria. You see, not that we are not intelligent as people, as a race.
Your voice is low. Are you stealing time at work?
He's hiding under the table from Mrs.
Okay. The thing is not that because it's not because we are not intelligent people. The willingness to do it that way is not there. It's like we have accepted this
Yeah.
idea of those who actually do the job. They don't have honor. They are even less pay. You get what I'm saying now? And that is discouraging our people. But except we have a governor that will just say, look, all these secondary school and technical college, like there are places where they merge it together. You just go there and find out what they're actually doing. You see, Kemi was even when she was talking, when I listened to one of her this Kemi UK,
But
he said, yeah, she said, apprentice, they have to invest on it. Because people are also deviating in the Western world and it's affecting their economy. Okay, take for example, somebody that want to be a mechanical engineer, you inspire. They teach you theory in terms of mathematics, English, you're doing physics, you're doing chemistry, and now they expose you to how to lose engine, couple, start, to fix injector within that space of 3 years, maybe 1 year for practical. That knowledge will enable you. Sometimes you can even be willing to go and work in a mechanic workshop, like what they do here in Scandinavia. And you work 1 more year, then you further again to that engineering. Before you know what is that, when you come out from that place, all those practical knowledge will remain. Some of the theory that enable you to pass your exam. If you are trying to crack your brain, get to, just on that theory, my brother, you may even remember 40% of it or 20, except you have to go back again. but the practical will remain there. We have to emulate that practical aspect and try to invest on it. If you go to Nigeria mechanic workshop today, because our people don't see the potential that money is there, nobody want to invest. You see people very dirty going into on that a knowledge person that can work in that kind of condition. But when you come here, they don't lift anything with power. They just draw something to what you want to lift every machine. There's already like a kind of spring
Robots are doing
attached
it
to
now.
it. Yeah. Okay. No, let's still talk about human. Like some spring is already attached to it that you draw it with lesser this thing. You put it in the tire. The thing will handle it for you. You want to even remove the tire now. You see another equipment removing it. That human thing is not there. Okay. When you want to take, you go to where they take their break. All fruit is there. Like where I live here, if you take vehicle to them, when they take break, they supply them home. Where they eat alone, they take care of them. You even a visitor, you have a place to drink your coffee and eat fruit.
Nigerians were more hands-on before now than they are now. Now they are even less hands-on.
It's like when it comes to the that is the problem why the crime is increasing. When you look at the people that control wealth in the society, you hardly see what they are doing. Some business people, some of the business people they call successful, or even the Igbos that you would praise here sometimes. Some of their colleagues, when they open my, they tell you, I'm also in this line, but the way that guy is pushing money, only God knows what he's doing. You don't understand what I'm saying? Everything is possible. And when they got this money, mostly those who did not suffer for it, they want to be known. They want to be recognized. They live some kind of levels of life. And those things confuse the youth. And we're into a big problem today, not south or west. We must control those things. If you like this task, something they're trying to introduce, if they do it good for the country, good. But the way they do their things in Nigeria style, I'm not optimistic about it.
I've gone and given the details to the French now. Once everything Tinubu does, he has to find a way to
the way they are trying to do it. Because if we do it good, yes, somebody that said in 1 million naira last 2 years, last 3 years, is donating 7 million. You go and pick that person immediately. Then they will not understand how to.
People are already complaining that they started taking their money already. I think I saw somebody that complained about it this morning already.
This is not tax. This is robbery. Them is not tax.
They started taking their share.
You can't just go back to go to people's account and be taking money. I don't believe in.
I don't mind. I don't necessarily mind. What I mind is if they don't use that money for something. And I think this is where Nigerians come in. Nigerians are more likely to think that answers.
You see why I don't like that. When you start taking people's money without proper accountability, the tendency to steal is that we are all human. I don't know whether you understand. So if accountability is short, you cannot do anything without get exposed somewhere. You will be very conscious and very careful. That's why these people here, when they want to steal, look at what is happening in America now, that the one they are showing, this Somalia and all those things. Because of weaker system, you see the way people took advantage.
Yeah,
exactly. I think they follow that one. Very sadly. These America, these Somalia people with child care.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it. They are kicking them out. They are saying complaining.
Now, what kind of system are these people practicing there? How will they allow this to happen? It cannot happen where I am because it's not possible. Are these children ghosts?
Which country are you? Put their name happen. Which country?
Like Sweden. That one is not possible. No, it's not going. No, they are both.
I guess it depends. It depends on the way they do it. This way they know how to swing the system.
I can boast of the entire Scandinavia country. It can never happen with what they are saying in America. No, it can never. It's not possible.
Maybe not the same way, but the Indians and the other group, they know how to swindle all these countries, man. They know how to do it. Nigeria don't know how to do fraud.
Yes. I'm not saying they cannot do, but when it is something that have to do with kids, involve children, with the way they market with data and everything. No. Where are they putting that money? They will know. And after all, it is the community that finance that, not federal money. You see the problem now. So those local government community knows the number of children they have. So, and they are the one that have to be responsible for that, to meet up the standard. Except if they don't generate that same enough money, then the federal can come in, because they are also aware of those data. We live in the same country. So they have a strong, not that they don't have loopholes, but of that magnitude where government will be pumping millions to go and train children that they don't have. It's very concerning, it's very disappointing for such
All right.
advance.
Let's round up for the day. I think we've had our conversations. I'm going to be doing some tomorrow too. Oh my God, Jude, don't do that. Don't even try to sneak up here. That's not happening. We are rounding up. Jude, don't start now. We are trying to round up for the day, and we don't want to carry on beyond this. So if you want to say something, I'll give you 1 minute to say something before I round up. Jude, go ahead if you want to say something. And look at that. You just managed to sign yourself in and not be able to say anything. Or you are fighting with your mic there. It's always possible. You are capable of editing. All right. So let me thank all people in the chat. Dami Ayo, thank you for joining us. I see you there. Crushing you. And then Mr. D Obedient. And yeah, I guess I can't see everybody there. Let me see the ones in the chat. Hearts Valiant, always supporting Ayo, supporting too. And I always from this conversation I had today, I would like to think about what Izon said about Nigeria, about why we should not necessarily, why we are not ready to become sophisticated. His example had something to do with if somebody's knees are not capable of carrying them because they are bearing some load, that is it wise for them to bear more load? The idea is that Nigeria is currently not very fit for purpose in terms of, being able to manage even its security forces or its streets and stuff like that. That how can we possibly be able to manage a nuclear power plant? And my argument was that the reason why we cannot even manage our police and all the rest, because of the hands of other people putting pressure on us to pull us down and buckle our knees. And if you want to stand a chance of taking those pressure off that they are using to press you down, you need to be able to start aspiring to greater heights. If you don't start looking at building nuclear power plants, collaborating with powers in the world to even help them build their jet fighters, submarines, to actually get involved in high tech, yeah, that pressure is going to remain on your shoulders and you're not going to be able to rise. You cannot even be able to sweep your streets like Nigeria is doing right now. And I say that because I've seen India go through similar paths, and they didn't start from zero. They started from where they were and they aspired. They built their nuclear technology. They built their space technology. And yes, there are still a lot of poor people in India. So you can't say necessarily based on the argument, if you are taking India as an example, there is China too, and there is the Soviet Union. Soviet Union was a most of the population, quite a significant population of the country were serfs. And they went from there within a relatively short period of time to become a superpower in the world. The same thing you can say with China too. China was an agrarian society. Basically, all they did was agriculture, and they went on to build one of the most advanced civilizations in the world. They didn't say, "Oh no, let's do it gradually." What is this graduality thing that we always aspire for? I don't understand it. Do we think there's a graduality thing that we are going to sneak our way to becoming powerful by accident? It's not going to happen. We can't sneak our way. We have to be ready to face the problems that come with becoming powerful. The problem is when you try to become powerful, the other nations that don't want you to become more powerful because they are gaining something from you will try to stop you. And your job is to try to navigate it then. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough. And we are not going to dodge it. You can try. You can pretend as if we can try. We won't dodge it. Pretending as if we can teach our children how to this thing, learn how to do this thing, what do you call it, the vacation call, is it vacation, I've forgotten the keywords, vocational courses, degrees, and all the rest. He's not going to get all that of them. We have so many educated people in Africa. You know, Nigeria is one of the most educated countries in Africa, and yet look at where we are. We can barely take off anything. But let's not make no mistake, though. Nigeria is not zero, but Nigeria has not even come close to doing what it's supposed to be doing. And for that, I will leave it at that for now. And hopefully you guys join us again next time to have these key conversations. Or look at that. Jide has taken off his mic now.
Why you want to end the program?
Because we have been talking for about 5 hours.
Okay, I mean, you can take it to the back chat. That's fine.
Okay. I said this is going to be there. I will be off though. But I said, gentlemen, until next time, we'll see you again. Bye.
Happy New Year. Bye.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all of you. Hope you all have a great year ahead.
Happy New Year from Australia. Bye. Thank you, guys.